Hello, welcome to Emma's Late Gets Me Right. Hello, everybody. I still have my bread on. We are still probably in bread brain. I mean, I did forget things that I had said I would do, and I had to cancel yesterday's stream partially because of bread brain. So yeah, I think it's still bread brain time. Probably. Yeah. But we are doing more SCPs tonight. More spoopy. Who's ready for more spoopy? Hello, Toast. Hello, Cheese. Hello, Fappa Blazin. Hello, La Honk. It is Tuesday. I am going to hydrate a little bit. I have chosen a few of the shorter stories because, based on Bread Brain, I am fairly likely to get the distract and need to not commit to a super long story. Ooh, what, Log? What is it? What is it? Tell me. Been too long? Oh, it's no worries, Toast. This is why I like to say I do not take attendance bit. It's all good. We're just happy to have you. I almost said it this time, but I didn't. So many times I say chicken butt and you're like, pout. This time I did, and I was like, I think this time, I don't know why I thought this time, surely the honk means something genuine instead of just make Raven look stupid. Bye. Hello. Alright. With the chicken butt out of the way, we're gonna read SCPs. I believe most of these are NURIAKEA, but that's pretty typical. In general, lots of them are NURIAKEAs. I'll double check after. When I upload to YouTube, I always make sure to think specific names. I will say I add whatever name is in my my little chart, and sometimes that's the Discord name, and sometimes that's the in Twitch chat name. If I'm using the wrong name for you, I am sorry. Tell me, and I will change it so that it no longer says that. But yeah, I mostly say that because at least one of them on my list, I don't know if we'll get to them, is from not NURIAKEA. Oh wow. Yeah. Anyway, all right. Yeah, we've got our first story is SCP-8654, and let me tell you, kind of typical of NURIAKEA, finding the ones that have the funky, cool, different formatting and layout. This one's got a funky formatting, and it's different from the other ones that we've seen quite thoroughly. It's got a funky, fake futuristic font where it's like it just looks very sci-fi. It looks kind of 80s sci-fi, and it's marvelous. But that means that something's going on here. I'm not sure what. Ooh, which one? The 46738056. Were you the one that was like, what was the one we were reading? Oh no, I don't know if you were here way back then. I had figured out that it was either Ilsa Reinders or Marion Wheeler who that person was asking about. Because it was like, oh, remember the one with the girl that was doing the thing for a few stories? And I'm like, there's a couple of those. But it's probably Ilsa Reinders or Marion Wheeler. Because there's a Marion Wheeler saga, and then Ilsa Reinders pops up in a few, including the one that we read. And there's a lot going on hers. The final one, that's 8056 then. As I look in my little book. It was a good one. Last stream had some fun ones. Okay. With that said, let's jump into this next one. Our funky little sci-fi looking little one. I mean, it's all kind of sci-fi genre, but specifically the text has that look. And up top, it's got like the green lines and looking kind of. It's looking 80s sci-fi a lot. Okay. All right. Beebhead. Bebhead is Breb. Very important load-bearing R there. Breb. Yes. I am Brebhead. I am. Okay. We read. Or, I guess I read. You just fucking listen. Oh my gosh. If you couldn't tell us what bread day. Alright. Item number 8654. This one is a level 0. There ain't even any bars there. It's like anybody and everybody can know about this one, apparently. And then Containment class Apollyon. Disruption class Amida. Risk class Critical. Special containment procedures. Or do I go with... I'll say there's a little photo here that says... Digital photograph taken during incident 8654, photographer unknown, and guys, it's just someone that was a very terrible photographer, got a very blurry look up at a cloudy sky. Like, ooh, cloud. But maybe very concerning cloud, but as far as we can tell, it's like blur. All I have here is blur. It's all very gray. Very unhelpful. Okay. Special containment procedures. In accordance with Apollyon class procedures, containment of all non-Amida anomalies has been deemed unnecessary. But this is Amida. Okay. Containment of all non-Amida anomalies has been deemed unnecessary, as the Foundation must now prioritize the continuance of sapient life. To assist with this, all sapient beings are currently considered personnel of the SCP Foundation with clearance level 0. Hold on. Does this mean the big blowout already happened? Does this mean because there's level 0s because we lifted the veil? Like everybody knows what happened? Is this what's going on? Oh my goodness, I think this is one of those where big everybody everywhere knows about stuff kind of thing happened. Because they're like, all sapient beings are currently considered personnel of the SCP Foundation with clearance level 0. That's not normal. Okay. I think this is the story of how everybody knows about the Foundation-ish stuff. Okay. Attempts to reach temporal site 01 have all failed. I don't know what that is. Oh no! I'm sorry first that you choked, Cage. Ow. I'm glad you're still with us. And then flavored water. Well, that's nice. And then can't stop hiccuping. I'm sorry. I'm not going to be very helpful with scaring you, even though I'm reading spooky stories, because I'm just going to be very all over the place with Bread Brain. Weirdly, I recommend trying to sing until you run out of breath a few times in a row. Just like the hiccup is a spasm of your diaphragm, and if you try and stretch it, maybe it can work, but if not, good luck. There's a million suggestions for hiccuping. That's one of mine, and sometimes it is. You can tell with this is not gonna be helpful at all. I ain't gonna even try. So just good luck. All right. Attempts to reach that place failed. According to personnel who were members of the Serpent's Hand before Incident 8654, which I'm aware is not a good group, I think. All ways, capital W, have ceased functionally. Have ceased functionality. Ways. Actually, I think we've read that before. I don't remember what that is, but I don't. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of the culty thingies. One of the bad groups. Not awful groups. One of the bad groups. A GOI, I believe, as they say. But okay, SCP-2000, whatever the heck that is, remains operational. But activation of SCP-2000 to replenish the planetary population has been deemed impractical. We lost population? Oh no. Well, that was kind of implied with we need to focus on sapient beings and sapient life, so this one might be the one with that. Oh. Destroyed the chair. I don't know. Okay. Attached to the SCP-8654 file is a list of all safe locations known to the Foundation. Survivors of Incident 8654 should come to these locations regardless of their previous affiliation. So everybody, go somewhere safe. I don't care if you don't like us. Just get your ass over here. And then we have something that looks a little funky. These seem to pop in and out. It feels they look different from what I would seem to be files. So, just the way that this one is formatted, I'll say that they're blue boxes. But basically it's a neon blue dotted line with blue background and neon blue text again. And it just immediately seeing it, it looks like it's suddenly a separate story that's probably gonna eventually make sense altogether in a bit. But, yeah, so we've got a blue box, and then we've got some info, it's the description, and then blue box interrupts again before we get to an addendum. And so, jumping into the side plot, blue box, here we go. During the capsize, you were driving home from work. Capsize is capitalized. So I'm guessing that's an event, a special but anyway. It all happened in the space of a breath. Your seatbelt was biting into your chest. You felt like you were being lifted out of your seat. Your grip on your steering wheel slipped and an airbag was in your face. You felt nauseous, ears ringing. You looked around you. It seemed that in your confusion, you had veered off the road and into a ditch. Fortunately, you were unharmed. You heard another car crash near yours. Turning over, you saw the driver. He was not as lucky as you. The man was unconscious, his head was bleeding, and he seemed to be floating. His limbs were splayed out on his car's roof, and nothing seemed to be supporting him. But his limbs are on the car roof. What was going on? You felt the urge to get out of your car, to gather yourself. Maybe a closer look would help. In one swift, instinctual movement, you opened the car door and unbuckled your seatbelt. Your face slammed into the sunroof, cracking it and giving you a bloody nose. Confused, you tried to stand up, accidentally pushing your legs out through the open door. Your center of gravity outside of the car, you started to slide out of it. You stopped yourself from falling by grabbing the steering wheel with your left hand. It was a clear sky above or below. You tried to grab the wheel with your right hand to pull yourself inwards, but your fingers slipped as your weight shifted. With one last desperate movement, you grabbed the safety handle. The oh shit handle. It snapped off almost immediately. Oh shit! Not designed to handle the weight of an entire person, you crashed through a couple of tree branches. You screamed, and you fell. Okay, I think I understand. I think all of gravity has flipped upside down or something. Or at least it's not what it's supposed to be. There used to be a chair that would teleport behind someone who needed to sit down, but it was destroyed by a GOI and now it teleports into people's lungs. Oh! Into the... Oh! Ugh. I remember the clip I had where my lungs were a-crackling. I hope there wasn't a chair in there. Dave. But okay. This is the next chunk. We're out of the blue box. We're back to technical info. Description. SCP-8654 is the inverted relationship between animal life and gravity. But not plant life, it seems. Which would make sense since trees were still... Yeah, we passed trees earlier. Yes, a splinter. Oh. Ouch. But Okay, we'll have to check out the nice chair at some point. I don't think this is this now, based on it being about gravity so far. But, okay, so plants are still fine, though, it seems. Contrary to traditional gravitational mechanics, organisms belonging to the kingdom Animalia, so no mushrooms? What about little teeny tiny guys? Little, why am I forgetting words? Microorganisms. What about them? Where is everybody? Are they all fine? Anyway, Animalia, that team of us, experience an inverted force upon them instead, pushing them upward and away from a gravitational source. Out into spaces? We're just what is our new ground? Does it exist? Okay. SCP-8654's origins are unknown. The Foundation became aware of SCP-8654 on 21/38/19, 23rd October 2036. Okay, so we've got a few years, but then everything goes topsy-turvy, literally. And yeah, based on that time, 21:38, what is that? Is that 9:38 p.m.? Okay. Well, that's a lot of sunshine for but anyway, who knows where. During Incident 8654, colloquially referred to as the capsize, within 3 months of Incident 8654, an estimated 97% of the world population had perished due to a combination of blunt force trauma, the destruction of existing infrastructure, and social collapse. Project Topside, all caps, is the collective effort of the Foundation to reverse SCP-8654. After the destruction of Settlement 2000, it has been discontinued. Oh, they gave up. Oh no, that's not a good sign. Okay, back to a blue box. It had been a month since the capsize, and you were ready to go. In the world outside your apartment building, things were deteriorating even further. People were afraid. They would believe anything they were told. Doomsday prophets preaching sacrifice, communities turning on each other, mysterious men in black speaking about building a new world. You were better off staying away from it all. So you're just walking on your ceiling in your apartment. How much of everything fell on the ceiling at that point? Oh, bet it's a mess. But okay. The others were distressed, and oh my gosh, the plumbing, how did that work? Okay, brain. The others were distraught, distressed, and desperate to survive. You tried to comfort them as best you could. Many of them had lost parents, relatives, friends, lovers, ... Your former neighbors and you had never even gotten to know them. Your former neighbors, and you had never even gotten to know them. There you go. Everyone you had known lived far away, and you could comfort yourself by imagining them as alive. It was kinder that way. According to this SCP Foundation, in quotes, there was a transport to a safe place at the edge of the city each day. Somewhere underground, somewhere with enough food, with other survivors, where you could be safe from lunatics mad with grief. All that one needed to do, allegedly, was reach the transport. The others, carrying counterweights, had gone off without you. It was your choice. Oh, no, wait. Items all stay the same. It's only peoples that go upside down. Right. Nothing else falls. Just the people. Would meat fall? Would dead meat fall? Because that's Animalia. But would it fall? Okay, stop. Focus. Oh no. The others carrying counterweights had gone off without you. It was your choice. You'd only slow them down. They cried, hugged you, and went on their way. Why would you slow them down? You hoped they would live long enough to forget you. Oh. When you were a child, you enjoyed with stories. You'd enjoyed with stories of the end of the world. I think with needs to not be there. You enjoyed stories of the end of the world. Stories of nuclear winters, deadly pandemics, giant monsters. You were obsessed. You had often thought about what you would want to have happen to you. In the end, thinking of the grief and the responsibility of having to rebuild the world, you had decided that you would rather die in the apocalypse than survive it. You've lived a good life, you thought as you sat on your windowsill. Beneath you was a gray expanse. It stretched beyond the tip of your apartment building, a blanket of clouds and rain. It was a dreary, miserable day, a perfect day to die on. You took a deep breath, enjoying the fresh air for the first time in weeks. Closing your eyes, you gently pushed, and you fell. Ooh, but you fell into the sky. What's that song that's like, if we fall into the sky or something? This is that. This is them. They're doing that. Anyways, end of the blue box. Now we have Addendum 1. Foundation response. Immediately following Incident 8654, the Emergency Threat Tactical Response Authority declared a state of worldwide emergency. SCP-8654 was immediately classified as a polyon, and much of the Foundation's existing budget was diverted to mitigating its effects. Forget about that weirdo over there. Stop playing the hammy game. Focus. The following document is a memo published by ETTRA detailing this plan. And then we've got a green box, but I think that this is supposed to count as literally part of the thing. I'm not totally sure. But the green box says threat, SCP-8654. Threat description, Inverted gravity causes people to fall up. Short-term solutions. First, repurpose subterranean Foundation facilities to serve as population centers. Second, reach out to survivors of Incident 8654. Third, assist in the movement of said survivors to these new population centers. Offer them shelter and supplies in exchange for work. Fourth, grow and maintain enough resources to keep the survivors alive. In the event of scarce resources, individuals with skill sets valuable to the Foundation are to be prioritized. Survivors that refuse to join the Foundation are considered acceptable losses. And finally, maintain a human population until a method to contain SCP-8654 is discovered. Long-term solutions? First, develop a method of reversing SCP-8654. See the Project Topside documentation for more details. And activate SCP-2000 and recreate humanity on the date of 22nd October 2036. Wasn't this whole event the next day? Are they saying go back in time to the day right before this? That feels a little less helpful. What? Okay, fine. Oh, this looks spoopy. Okay, we got another blue box. And this is just a little bit longer and a little bit different from the other ones. For whatever reason, we're counting down through this. You stared at the mouth of the cave ahead of you. 11 more steps and you'd leap off into the blue. You heard the click of a gun behind you. 10. It was an effective method of execution, you supposed. Waste of good meat, but these civilized, in quotes, tunnel dweller types seemed like the kind to not resort to that. Probably spend all their days eating the grains and carrots given to them, waiting to be saved. Fuck, you were glad you hadn't taken their invitation a few years back. 9. And I'm going to interrupt to say, okay, so we are definitely one of those acceptable losses, so to speak, where we said, nah, I'd rather not be living in the cave. But I'm a little lost why they have... What is going on? Okay, anyways, 9. It wasn't like you were enthusiastic about jumping off to your death, but the world had already ended. One moment you were sitting in your house watching your children play outside, and the next you were on the ceiling and alone. Oh, I said. The old you had died with them, and you had been born anew. 8. The cults in the old days were certainly tempting, but once you spent enough time around them, you saw them for what they really were, suicide pacts. People wanted to believe that their inevitable death had meaning, and not to die alone. When they were ready to go, they gathered like-minded people, held a few orgies and sermons, then jumped into the blue hand in hand. Boring. So this tells us that there were cults for a little while, and we weren't really interested in that. 7. You had a different resolve, you supposed. You should have died during the capsize. If you hadn't had that damn twisted ankle, you'd have been in your yard too. It would have been scary, but quick. Something had chosen you to survive, so survive you would. 6. But something about the Foundation just rubbed you the wrong way. They wanted to drag everyone into their caves and tunnels, make them think that the world was the same, that there was life after this. What kind of person would want to bring a child into this upside-down world? 5. Your humanity had died with the species. You were a solitary animal. Survival was your game, and you were an excellent player. But these days, food was scarce, so you had to scavenge. The tunnel dwellers had farms on the surface where they grew crops. To keep yourself fed, you took the fruits and vegetables you needed. 4. One day during your daily raid, you ran into one of their farmers tending the crops. He had a much more advanced set of counterweights than you, and it had been so long since you'd eaten meat. It wasn't like you hadn't crossed that line before. 3. Turns out the tunnel dwellers kept constant camera surveillance of their crops. They determined that the amount you'd been taking before hadn't been worth the resources to chase down or stop. But killing one of their own, that was different. That had been worth capturing and executing you. 2. But why not just shoot you in the back of the head? Why this whole ceremony where you stepped out unchained? You turned to look at the tunnel dwellers. The sun's light was pouring in from the cave's mouth, and they were stepping back from it. They looked at the blue with a terror in their eyes you'd only seen in people about to die. 1. Oh, of course they were afraid of it. You were a surface clinger, spent all your time above the blue, but a few years above rock, and you supposed you could learn to hate the sun too. The execution wasn't to make you afraid, it was to make them afraid. A worthy opponent to lose the game to. You cracked a grin and laughed as hard as you could. A leap, and you fell. Well, dang. And then we're out of the blue box, and we're into another addendum. Looks like a timeline on Foundation rules or implementations or something. I don't know. Addendum 2 is timeline. Despite the best efforts of the Foundation, a method of reversing SCP-8654 had not yet been discovered. And how long? A summary of notable events regarding the containment and mitigation efforts of SCP-8654 is listed below. I'm going to tell you now. It's at least 10 years. First, 2036, Incident 8654 occurs, resulting in the immediate death of an estimated 2 billion humans. The Foundation sets up temporary housing in several underground locations internationally and reaches out to survivors. Many survivors with thaumaturgical expertise move to Site 2000 to assist in Project Topside. 2037. Due to the environmental collapse caused by the extinction of most animal species incapable of flight, the limited time before harvest, and the expansion of resources bringing people to settlements, winter this year is particularly hard, with nearly 25% of survivors dying due to starvation or disease. 2038. We're 2 years out. An age limit of 65 for non-essential personnel is instituted at many settlements, to much controversy. Settlement 01 disappears. The 05 Council is replaced with the Directors' Council. Ooh, that sounds suspicious. 2039. Former Chaos Insurgency agents foment insurrection in multiple sites regarding the age limit, as well as other social policies instituted at many sites. This rebellion is crushed, but multiple settlements are lost in the crossfire. I get the feeling that the Chaos Insurgency was in the right for those, but oh well. 2040. Most settlements are at capacity. The controversial baby turtle policy is instituted, in which newly rescued survivors must prove their value in a tribunal before they are admitted entry. The fact that it's named baby turtle policy makes me very concerned. Chaos Insurgency was clearly in the right, based on each of the bits and pieces we are getting. 2041. This is only 5 years later. A unified educational program across all settlements is created. Lack of meteorological education within the curriculum is noted. Lack of space? Lack of stars? They're just not talking about the sky at all. Like, I don't know if they just mean how cloud work and such, or they mean everything above, below, whatever, you know what I mean. 2043. Due to population growth, hey, isn't that good? Many settlements are running out of space and turn to tunneling as a solution. Isn't that what we wanted? Anyway. 2045. We're 9 years later. A UFO of extraterrestrial origin crashes into the surface near settlement 23. It's the aliens! It's the aliens! Spurring international interest in the possibility of alien life. Said UFO is determined to be non-anomalous, but not of alien origin, and transferred to settlement 2000. What the hell does that mean? You're not telling me everything. Thing. Article, that's the word. Okay, 2048. A man appears at Site 96 claiming to be the administrator. As no record of such an individual exists within the Foundation records, the Directors' Council deems him a danger and jails him at Settlement 17. Feels like we should be worried about that. 2050. Settlement 43, previously one of the highest populated settlements, explodes. There are no salvageable survivors. What the hell do you mean by salvageable survivors? Makes me nervous. I don't like that. The Foundation is super fucked up. Okay, 2053. Settlement 19 institutes a space program. Okay, this is where I'm lost. You can't keep people over 65, but you can have a fucking space program? Oh my god. With Director Barlow expressing a desire for humanity to explore the stars. 2054. The first of the topsy-turvy generation, children born within 10 years after Incident 8654, turns 18. Damn. 2055. Due to a famine, Settlement 19's space program is cancelled, and the budget transferred to tunneling developments. 2059. Settlement 17 disappears without explanation. So we have an explosion and just a full-out disappearance. What the hell? 2061. Dr. Dan Daniels, director of ETTRA, dies without naming a successor. Without precedent to go off of, one is chosen by majority vote of the Directors' Council. 2062. Many settlements began constructing underground farms to reduce the need for civilians to go to the surface. We're turning into cave people. Oh boy. 2064. Settlement 19 seals its entrances and refuses to contact the rest of the Foundation. Isn't that the one that wanted the space? They wanted to go to space, and instead they're like, nobody talk to us. We don't go anywhere. Okay. 2070. Jeez. Project Topside experiences its first budget reduction. Several settlements, particularly those with an older population, dislike this and attempt to secede. A period of open conflict begins between settlements. 2071. In an effort to spare themselves from violence, many settlements also seal their entrances. 2074. After Settlement 2000 is threatened in a raid, the secessionists surrender. 2079. Oh my God, we're living under the tunnels for so long. 2079, an earthquake opens fissures across the tunnels of Settlement 87, resulting in the death of nearly 90% of its population. Many settlements opt to tunnel deeper. That's gonna break things up, I bet. 2085, a community of over 20,000 survivors is discovered in a coal mine in Appalachia. They refuse to recognize the Foundation's authority and are terminated. They ain't doing nothing. They're just living in Appalachia. Leave us alone. Jesus Christ. 2089. Settlement 19 reemerges and Settlement 19 reemerges and contacts the rest of the Foundation again with a detailed plan by Director Barlow to dig tunnels between existing settlements internationally. This leads to the creation of the International High-Speed Tunnel Network. They make a train under there? 2090. Oh my God. This is, 55 years later or so? Jeez. The Foundation decides to temporarily abandon the surface. In a 124-3 vote, the Directors' Council reappropriates over 85% of Project Topside's funding for IHSTN construction. Oh, that's the tunnel network. Okay, so that hasn't been made yet, but they're working on it. 2092. Through the usage of anomalous digging and construction technology, all settlements with a population of 50,000 or higher are connected by high-speed rail. 2096. All settlements are connected through IHSTN. So everybody's connected. Jeez. 60 years after all this happened. At a party celebrating this accomplishment, Director Barlow suffers a stroke and later dies. 2098. Several tunnelers, frustrated at their sudden lack of employment, attempt to create their own settlement. Their execution is heavily published by Foundation-run media, deterring further rebellion. And in the year 2100, the world celebrates the new century by attempting to collectively stand on their heads at midnight. While proposed as a new tradition for New Year's celebration, it fails to catch on again in 2101. 2101. The first member of the topsy-turvy generation, aka the kids first born, real close to the upside down, and the first of them is executed due to reaching the age limit. So that has been a thing for a long time. 2102, due to public outcry, the age limit is extended to 75. Hey, you get an extra 10 years. Oops to that guy yesterday. Fuck. 2107. Settlement 2000 is destroyed in a cave-in. Project Topside is placed on indefinite hiatus. 2109. The world population reaches 70 million. 70 million. 2113. Dr. Jasper Williams, the last non-anomalous human to be born before Incident 8654, dies of lung cancer. So the last regular old human dies. I didn't realize how many people weren't anomalous at that point. So He's the last one that wouldn't have been in the SCP lockup. Wow. We're back into a blue box, and this one looks to be about living inside these tunnel worlds. Damn. Tomorrow you would die. At 64, you'd had enough time to prepare for your death. Tomorrow was the day you would turn 65, your death day. You would be honored, you knew. They would throw a feast in your honor, give you a chance to say some last words. Then you'd be taken to a chamber where the air would go stale, you'd get dizzy, and you'd pass out, and that would be it. Thinking about your life as a teenager just after the capsize, a pile of skin and ribs, you would never have expected yourself to die such a dignified end. It was just one last chance for the Foundation to show its gratitude for your years of service. Your settlement now had the resources to prevent starvation. No more famines. No more famines like those early winters. And you were one of those heroes that braved the blue to get your settlement more food. You were a farmer, a cloud toucher, and you were damn proud of it. You'd earned that retirement. Honey, that's not retirement. There was just one thing, one final wish you held. You wanted to see the sun rise again. It was late at night that you snuck from your quarters. Nobody lived with you. Your spouse had turned 65 2 years ago, and your daughter lived on the other side of the settlement with her husband. At an hour like this, nobody was awake. You walked through the stone hallways, reaching the door labeled counterweights. The door was locked, but your key still worked. The security for the counterweights was light, but most people were barely even willing to look down the blue, much less walk above it. A counterweight was a large metal frame with a tank on the bottom of it and wheels on the top. Inside, a person could be wearing a harness, keeping their center of gravity firmly above the tank, allowing them to stand upright the entire time, to allow people to walk on the surface without getting a head rush. To move in a counterweight, one would strap their feet to the pedals at the bottom, which would allow them to, quote-unquote, walk, to move the frame above them, as they steered by pulling levers with their hands. The tank would be filled with water, which, combined with the weight of the metal counterweight, would keep the person weighed against the ground above them, allowing them to walk on the surface above the blue. The counterweight you strapped yourself to was your old counterweight, from before you retired. It was in the back, dusty from disuse. Cloud touchers didn't use another's counterweight. That was basic manners, and it seemed that no one had claimed yours yet. As you filled your tank with water, you felt the weight of the tank pull you up against the ceiling. Once it had caused the counterweight to weigh more than you. To be safe, you let the tank fill 50 pounds extra. Your counterweight holding you against the ceiling, you walked out of the room, through the hallway, and out to the settlement's entrance. The night sky was below, a yawning black abyss with twinkling stars at the bottom. There was a bit of light on the horizon, where the sun would come, but it hadn't yet dipped below. It was interesting. You reflected that the word to describe the start of the day was still sunrise, even after the capsize. It was some quirk of language, you supposed, old habits. You had a bit of time until the sun came, so you decided to take a short walk through the fields. It was a warm summer night, the crops were well grown, but it was not quite time to harvest. Still, being back out here brought you back. All those years spent working to grow food. Was there any life better lived than one lived in service? The early winters had been a nightmare. You did not think of them much anymore, but you remembered the hunger. Too many mouths to feed, that was the problem. Too many people not pulling their weight. Well, you certainly had pulled yours. You put yourself at risk every day braving the blue, all to make sure everyone had enough to eat. Something felt strange about your counterweight. It was too easy to move yourself. There was a particular amount of resistance the pedals should have pushed against you, and it was far too weak. You froze. Above you, you heard the faint sound of trickling. Anxiously, you reached your hand behind you and felt a thin stream of water. Your tank, your old, untouched for years tank, was leaking. There was only so much weight keeping you from falling into the blue, and it was decreasing every second. In a rush, you tried to pedal back to the settlement. It had been a mistake to come out here. Nobody would know you were here. Nobody would come to save you before you fell. With a sense of dread, you felt your counterweight slowly fall away from the soil below. In a quick and desperate move, you grabbed onto some stalks of corn, trying to cling to the ground. For now, those stalks and the counterweight would support you. You at least had a moment to think, though you could feel it getting harder and harder to hold on. As you looked around for something to save you, you noticed that the sunrise had begun. The horizon was fire orange, and below it a faint blue was shining through the clouds. It was an odd moment of peace. Even the sound of the water slowly trickling above was almost relaxing, like rain on the pavement. Maybe this is how it's supposed to be, you thought to yourself. It was your death day, after all. What death were you most suited for than the cloud touchers? You let go of the crops. As you watched the ground rise away, you slipped out of your counterweight and watched the metal fall and crash to earth. It would be a waste of resources to bring it to the blue with you. Besides, this way, they'd know for sure what happened to you. You didn't want them thinking you'd run. And you fell. Addendum 3, Project Topside. We're looking at a green box now. Project Topside Summary. Project name Topside. Project goal, reverse SCP-8654, returning gravity to normalcy. Project details. 1. All individuals with significant anomalous knowledge, particularly those with a knowledge of thaumaturgy or anomalous mechanics, are to relocate to Settlement 2000 if possible. 2. These experts are to determine a method to reverse SCP-8654. 3. The reversal of SCP-8654 is to be considered the Foundation's second highest priority after the preservance of sapient life. And Settlement 2000 is to receive the resources necessary to achieve this goal, to be determined by the O5 Council, Directors Council. Because he got struck too. Hi, Infinite. 4. Once SCP-8654 has been reversed, SCP-2000 is to be used to return the world to the state it was in at 0000 21 October 2036. Okay, so it's just, that's where we're supposed to aim to get back to. Not the day before, but the 2 days before. Interesting. Project update. On July 10th, 2107, Settlement 2000 was destroyed in a cave-in, along with all information relevant to Project Topside. Oh shit. With a unanimous vote by the Directors' Council, Project Topside was moved to an indefinite hiatus. There's a little piece of me that wonders if the Directors' Council is actually just a bunch of bat people. You know, they're like, yes, everyone's living in tunnels just as we want. Like, I don't know. Okay. That is the end of the green box. And we jump to a blue box again. 71 years. 71 years. When Project Topside was started, it was expected to take no more than 3 to 6 months. A couple years at the longest. Yet, despite all of the resources available at Settlement 2000, it had taken 71 years to find the answer. Today, you received the news. A successful method of reversing SCP-8654 had been found. Oh, hey, yay! You could finally right the world. As everyone around you cheered, you ran to your office. Despite the years you'd worked there, the office of the Director of Settlement 2000 was still frightening. So you found it, and then they... This is an intentional thing, isn't it? I'm just guessing because they found the answer, and then immediately this is gonna get smashed because we're the director of Settlement 2000, and Settlement 2000 is about to be smushed. Also, if I go back 71 years, the 36, that's, yeah, the 2107, and in our little timeline that we read, it goes all the way to 2113. So, yeah, this is about to be, there's a cover-up coming up. Okay. We run to our office. It's still a little frightening. It was at the bottom of Settlement 2000, poking out of the surface. Ooh. The floor was a large window, with a desk and chair bolted to the middle. It had been designed to remind the director of the beauty of the surface world, something that was becoming more and more important with each generation. Most people alive today had never seen a tree or grass or the stars in the night sky. You saw it every day. Though you understood the symbolism of it all, looking down here had always made you dizzy. There was just the blue beneath you. In your logical mind, you knew that the glass was more than strong enough to hold your weight. It would take a bomb to crack it. A silly, primal part of you still worried. But not for much longer. There was a signal you were supposed to broadcast, one to call an emergency meeting to the Directors' Council with the highest priority. You sat at your computer, sent the signal out, and allowed yourself to imagine how people would react. Surely in every settlement there would be a celebration like the one upstairs. You knew that topside was controversial. Budget cuts were getting more and more common, and many regarded it as unlikely to ever be successful. But you, your team, you would prove them all wrong. You had found the way out. Eventually you received a message request. Clicking on it excitedly, you saw the gaunt face of William Platt, Director of Settlement 19. He had a grim look about him, as if he did not want to believe what he was hearing. Hello, Director L. Did you mean to send out that message? You've done it. Director Platt spoke in a deep, guttural voice, as if he had swallowed something and was trying to keep it down. Yes, thank God, yes, we did it, Platt. We finally did it. Director Platt let out a loud, deep sigh. A contrite look passed across his face before he hardened it into grim resolve. Something in your stomach dropped. Platt, you asked, is something wrong? No, nothing is wrong, Platt said. I assume your people are throwing a party. Yes, you said cautiously. Is there something wrong with that? We've been spending over 7 decades on this. It makes sense. I'd suggest you go there, be with them. Platt sounded like he felt sorry for you, but why would he? After years of failure, you had finally... Something in your brain clicked. It made a sick kind of sense. Why would they give up their power now? In shock, you tried to say something, but the words wouldn't come. Director Platt sat silent. He looked at you, shame behind his eyes. I'm sorry, Director. Goodbye, he said. The message closed. You stood up, pressing your face into your palms. The situation didn't seem real. You paced across the glass, an old habit of yours, when you heard a loud click followed by a bang. You were knocked to the floor by the force of explosion, but you were otherwise uninjured. Your desk, on the other hand, was completely destroyed. If you had stayed in your seat, that didn't matter. It couldn't matter. You had to get to another computer and tell someone about this. Someone out there would want to end this nightmare. As you started to push your body up, you heard a faint, clinking sound. Spider webs crawled out from between your fingertips and palms. The glass was cracking. The explosion must have damaged it. One unlucky shift of weight, or even any movement too strong, and you would fall through the glass. There were the treetops stretching away, then the blue. It was a clear day today, not a cloud in sight. You had to get off of this glass. Carefully, you reached out your hand. You couldn't risk standing, but maybe you could crawl? Lightly putting pressure on your knees to propel your hips forward, you heard the glass crack behind you. The cracks were spreading with your body weight, and most of it was in your knees, but maybe if you could be careful, deliberate, you could avoid shattering the floor. Here we go. The answer to this, by the way, is don't go on hands and knees. Go like all the way gecko style. No points. All the way on your belly. But it's dangerous with the sharp stuff on your belly, I guess. Okay. At a glacial pace, you lifted one of your legs into the air and pulled your body forward one step. Yep. The glass cracked loudly and quickly as you did so, but did not shatter. Yes, you began repeating this process with your other leg. This time, as you pulled forward, you heard a loud tink and saw a much larger crack stretch out from beneath you. Shit. The floor shattered. And you fell. Ah! Yes, this is very much a time for popcorns. I hope you guys are enjoying. Thank you, Matt, for my popcorn. Okay, I made that one. I did that. Okay, but now we have what seems to be a little letter that someone wrote to their next in line. It's a green box, but it's different from the other green boxes. Oh no. Joy. It is a different green box to the other green boxes. It's bigger, it's got thicker dotted line, it's got extra 80s computer vibe on it. But it's doing a letter instead of a proper article piece, you know. At the top it says scip.net Direct Access Terminal. And then the letter begin, "Hello, my successor. It is with a heavy heart that I write this message to you. With this, I fully give up hope on going back to the world I once knew. The foundation before the capsize was an evil organization. I was a young woman then, but even I could recognize that. Hey, somebody said it. Thank you. Get me. Okay. We all told ourselves that it was worth it, that it was hard decisions that we had to make to save the world. I think I wanted to believe it more than I actually did. In the end, none of it mattered. That world ended all the same. I know some old fogey like me has told you about the world before, but I hope you'll forgive a dying woman her reminiscing. You could stand beneath the sky on a sunny day and just feel the warmth on your face. One day I was out walking and all of a sudden it began to pour rain. By the time I got inside, my clothes were soaked through and I was shivering. When I was a child, I used to love snowy days in winter, making snow angels and snowmen and snowballs and whatever you wanted. On warmer nights, you could lie down on the grass at night and stare up at the stars. God, I miss the stars. But those days are over. I long for them, but they are in the past. When the capsize happened, it made sense that we would try to reverse it. If we had found the secret within a year, maybe two, we could have fired up SCP-2000, amnesticized everyone, and gone back to normal just like that. But we didn't. Instead, the years passed, and we had to learn to live in this new world, to fear the blue and dig our tunnels. When I became a member of the Directors' Council, I was a hopeless dreamer, imagining the world of my youth as the mold for what the world ought to be. In my career, I have learned how naive I truly was. To my successor, I tell you this: Topside cannot be allowed to succeed. Consider what recreating humanity before the capsize would mean. SCP-2000 would recreate only the human population of the time. What about everyone born since then? Given the volume of the population, the Foundation would have only one practical option, one that I know they would take. I will not see generations of children die because they were born after the capsize. Oh. Because most of the people born under the capsize aren't human anymore? Why is that? I mean, they kind of alluded to it earlier that we ran out of normal peoples, like non-anomalous people. But, oh, jeez. Okay. But we can't just stop topside entirely. It must die a quiet, dignified death. Let it bleed out after everyone who can remember a sky above them is dead. Stopping it then might be unpopular, but peace will prevail this time. If by some cruel miracle Project Topside succeeds before we can stop it, you must take immediate action. Director Ellis will send you a message when it succeeds. When you receive it, activate the bomb hidden in Ellis's desk. Then destroy Settlement 2000 with the nuclear warhead at Settlement 41. The director knows about this plan and will cover it up. It wasn't really about holding power, I guess, then. It's more about there are people that would also die, but you just killed a bunch of people now. I guess most of them would have died. Oh my gosh. I know that you might think that a plan like this, maybe, betrays the Foundation. It does not. The Foundation likes to say that its purpose is to keep the world safe, but the truth is that it exists to enforce normalcy. All that I am doing is prioritizing the normalcy of today over the normalcy of 70 years ago, and will not see another capsize happen. We barely survived it once. Good luck, Amelia Barlow, Director of Settlement 19. Jeez. Ooh. Now we have a blue box immediately after that green box, and it's a very different sort of blue box. So each one of the blue boxes before have been, you were doing this and then you fell, and that's a different person of how they fell into the blue. How they went and passed. But now, instead of, and then you fell, we continue with, and the wind wailed around your ears, and your body spun as your limbs flailed, and your speed increased, and the air thinned, and you might have blacked out, and the ground drew so far away, and your clothes caught fire, and you burned brightly, and your flesh melted and bubbled and charred, and then suddenly it became so very cold, and then there's a giant empty space in this blue box. I'm gonna highlight. Sometimes they hide stuffs. No, it really is just a shit ton of empty space. And what remained fell forever. Aw, I was hoping we'd get something else. No, we really do just live in caves now, I guess. Oh. Well, the end. Ta-da! That was 8654. Wow. Oh, wait. I'm not supposed to get rid of that. Hold on. Alright. Well, that was that story, and I see the hunk has already redeemed a Herbert and a Sniffs. So we can do those. Got a few more stories ready for after this. There you go. You know what? I don't know for sure, but knowing the people that write these, of course it does. Of course it exists somewhere. There might even be multiple of that one. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? It's probably a joke entry. It's possible, at least. Maybe orange. Alright. Not the Doro. Also, the order of that, because he's facing away. You're gonna eat that little Doro butt first. Eat that chomp. Okay. Let's do Herbert time. Pac-Man. Ow. Waka 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 waka. Right. Get him. Alright. Herbert time. Let's go. was Herbert. Herbert. Ooh. I get it, but I'm gonna leave it in the void, Kate says. Oh, okay. I will take that as a proper vote. Shadow Realm. Thank you for hydrate. I'll do that. I'm excited for these redeems. Yes, it's an interesting. Maybe we will have to read that at some point, but we will leave that one alone for now. Sniffs. That's the one that's next. There it is. I was like, where was I? Here we go. There's fuzzies on the mic. And when I go to sniff, they're tickling me. Get out of there, fuzzies. You're making this very difficult. I'm a professional, damn it. Okay. It's just right up. Oh, there it is. I can see it when I look. When I hide behind the mic, I can see it better. Okay. There was our sniffies. Alright. Library time. The books. The pages. They must be flipped and ruffled. Alright. Alrighty, little book up first. Here we go. A big book. was our books. Enough of the library for Deems now. Well, maybe Tappy Taps will be at the library too. Alright, here is... Alright, here we go. Alrighty, there was the toppies. And now we're gonna do dice. Let's get the dice. I'm gonna move the mic real quick, so I'm gonna mute. I got a 12. Oh! Nice! Okay. I got a 20. Oh, there's the nat 1. No! This die is being very good about doing karmic balance. Where I get a 20 and then I get a 1. Or the other way around. That one almost fell off the table. That would have been rude. Alright. Hold for mic moving. Okay, I'm gonna move it again because I realize I'm doing mic arm sharpening. So I'm gonna be muted again for a very short time. Hold on. Back to our regularly scheduled yammering. How about that? That's all the redeem. So we would go into our next story. Doesn't look terribly long, but I'm a little nervous that I'm gonna end up taking too long to read it before we have to do an ad. I'll try and be. I was about to say quick, but then I said the sound stuh. Is there a synonym for quick that goes stuh? No, speedy. That's wrong. Anyway, I have bread for brain, and you know that, so it's okay. I'm gonna try and read quickly. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I was trying to say. And so, let's do the next SCP. Studious? No, that just means study. You challenge the owl to a flying contest. What kind of flying? The owl will win in a quiet flying time for sure. Well, Hunk, we just did that, and it's now story time, but I'll make sure to do that the next one. Alright, here we go. SCP-8180. It's not a funky formatting, but the info in it does seem to require funkiness about this. Oh, it is kind of funky formatting. It's Foundation casting light against the dark. I don't know what that means, but maybe it's relevant later. Or maybe it's not at all. We'll find out. SCP-8180, item number SCP-8180. Object class Euclid. Special containment procedures. Due to the difficulty surrounding complete erasure of relevant information regarding individuals who possess SCP-8180, impacted subjects should be monitored for progressive deterioration via common indicators that typically develop. Okay, so we know that individuals who have this SCP might deteriorate in some way, but also any information around them gets completely erased, or maybe had been completely erased, or I don't know. Did I just find out? Oh, this might be very funny. This might be very tongue-in-cheek, depending on where you watch this from. Okay, here we go. Given the self-corrected nature of the anomaly, Majority of cases do not require foundation intervention. Nevertheless, personnel assigned to the study of SCP-8180 should remain vigilant. Veil harmful content is to be taken down upon detection. Replacement of content wholesale should only be permitted as a last resort when absence of such content is deemed detrimental to Veil operations. Actors used to replace those represented in affected media are to be given daily psychological evaluations, with any adverse results being immediately reported to SCP-8180's project lead. Well, what the heck are we talking about? Oh, I'll tell you. Description. SCP-8180 is the designation given to a collection of behavioral phenomena affecting approximately 0.01% of content creators on the video sharing platform YouTube. With a footnote here says, correlation between the effect and its presence being localized to the platform itself appears largely a matter of Alphabet Inc., formerly known as Google Inc., possessing a monopoly on traffic to platforms of this type. Okay, so, should I be worried? Alright, SCP-8180 behaviors do not always develop in creators that fit the criteria outlined in supplementary documentation. However, a significant trend suggests prolonged exposure to the platform and its audience compounds the likelihood these behaviors will develop. Well, what is the thing? Tell me, am I at risk or not? Often, SCP-8180 affected individuals experience symptomatic progression of adverse mannerisms to a level of severity in which counterproductive anomalous effects hinder the ability to maintain consistent content creation. See attached observations. So, the reason it gets snuffed out is because the people that do it often have effects that make it harder to create the content, and since that is where this exists, that's why it takes care of itself, I think. Similarly, personal desire to produce videos free of these counterproductive effects diminishes over time. Further complicated internal struggles through the emergent ideological shifts that usually occur. That sounds suspicious. I don't know what's going on. Roughly 82% of impacted creators cease or greatly reduce their online presence upon being afflicted with SCP-8180. Study of individuals that maintain a semi-stable brand image despite ongoing developmental disadvantages are of great interest to the Foundation and are to be observed in perpetuity until such time that significant indicators of veil-threatening effects are observed. So if you can do this, even though it's hurting your brain, they would love to observe you, even though they're, or until you are a threat to the veil, I guess. More info can be found below. Well, let's go look. Now there's a whole bunch of stuff. It looks like a bunch of video and descriptions. Oh, it sounds like I'm not at risk at all. It sounds like there's a very specific person who's at risk. Oh. Ain't no names yet. So whoever's is on blast is not directly on blast. Do you see where this is going, Cage? Do you know what's going on? Who recommended this one? Damn it. Nobody come after me. I'm just reading what someone else wrote, okay? I don't even know what's happening until it's happening. Preface. POI, person of interest, 8180 is a notable member of the YouTube community, which shows that this is not multiple YouTubers. It's just this one. Just this one. Okay, notable member of the YouTube community, and as such exhibits a predisposition to SCP-8180 related phenomena. However, a case study of POI 8180's progression revealed a remarkable deviation from typically observed cases, mostly in the form of a complete absence of effective self-inhibition. bolstered by extreme wealth, they cannot stop themselves because they have too much money. Audits and interviews with POI 8180 suggest that due to a substantial core fan base, I was going to say can 4 base, what? Footnote 2 says, plurality of which are children ages 11 to 15. Okay, so little youngins fan base. Due to that, POI 8180 is able to produce content containing adverse behavior without risk of losing the income necessary to do so. And I'm going to, normally I'm like, call them by their people name. In this case, this is a protection upon me. I will not be saying their people name, probably. Okay, and now, here we go. A brief list of impacted videos and summaries of their contents have been compiled for reference. We have the video number and the video title each time. So I'll say the number and then the title and then the summary and then next video number title summary. 0785, the control entry. Lamborghini versus world's largest shredder. Summary: POI 8180 purchases a luxury vehicle and an industrial metal shredder, then pays contractors to construct a large conveyor belt on which said luxury vehicle is placed. The automobile is guided into the shredder, which shreds the car appropriately. Next video. 0792. I survived 7 days in the wilderness. Summary: this is POI 8180. I don't know what you're talking about. 0792. I survived 7 days in the wilderness. Summary: POI 8180 and a small group of colleagues pay helicopter fleet to transport the group and a small camera crew several miles into the wilderness of Sequoia National Forest, California. They proceed to backpack and attempt survival quote-unquote hacks for the next truncated 7 days. POI 8180 notably protested leaving the woods after the 7th day. But he didn't want to go. 0813. For every 24 hours blindfolded, you win $10,000. Summary: POI 8180 holds a quote-unquote blindfold challenge, wherein 5 of his friends have their vision restricted until they encounter various barriers, both physical and figurative. Contact with which ultimately concludes the challenge. Each individual is monetarily incentivized by POI 8180 to keep their blindfolds on in hazardous scenarios such as driving and preparing elaborate food dishes. Minor injuries are sustained by 2 of the 5 contestants. Next video, 0817, $50,000 extreme hide and seek. Summary: another quote-unquote contest held by POI 8180, entailing a $50,000 prize for the last person to be found by a hired tracker and alleged bounty hunter. POI 8180 remained at home for the entirety of video, communicating with the tracker via 2-way radio. Upon conclusion of the challenge, POI 8180 exhibited pronounced disappointment and annoyance. Ooh. Next video, 0820, I built 100 wells in Africa. Summary: POI 8180 transports regulars and his camera crew to the outskirts of Kenya where communities suffer from poor water conditions. The group proceeds to oversee construction of 100 wells in the surrounding area over to NURIAKEA. Constructed wells pull typically inaccessible potable groundwater upwards for civilian use. POI 8180 is markedly dismayed that large machinery would be used to bore holes, which immediately necessitate infrastructure to traverse contents. I'm mildly lost at what this is saying. individual was not present for most of the filming process. According to eyewitness accounts, POI 8180 spent majority of this time attempting to bore his own holes with hand tools, but found the fruits of his labor underwhelming. This is why we use the big machiney things, yes. Next video, 0821. I spent 7 days stranded alone on an island. I'm noticing that our videos that are examples of this concerning stuff is more and more dense. You know, they're just the ones right after each other. Summary. Still dissatisfied by the events of the previous video, POI 8180 decides to self-administer a survival challenge, in quotes, by being airlifted to the uninhabited Polynesian island of Tetepare, I don't know pronunciation, where he spent 7 days living in relative comfort due to an abundance of supplies and enjoyable weather. Unfortunately, the presence of the camera crew appears to cause POI 8180 moderate discomfort, which he claims is due to the simulated challenge not being realistic enough given the presence of others and the included food catering services. Next video, 0822, I searched 50 dumpsters. Here's what I found. Summary. In an apparent rebound, POI 8180 spends several weeks sifting through 50 dumpsters selected in the Los Angeles area. Due to the camera crew's unwillingness to join him, POI 8180 is provided a handheld camcorder and chest-mounted body camera to document his findings, which he happily accepts. There's a few things that I'm like, yeah, that's not quite who we were talking about, and I think we have started to pull off of reality a little bit. The joke has gone, you know? Alright, next video is 0825, spending 7 days in solitary confinement with the lights off. Summary. In another self-imposed challenge, POI 8180 insists crew accompany him to a nearby for-profit prison, where he pays members of staff to allow him a week alone in solitary confinement. Video largely describes the experiences and conversations of friends and crew who were not allowed inside the chamber and were unable to communicate with him per his wishes. Next video, 0829, I built a secret isolation chamber in my couch. Summary. Video is implied to be unscripted and unplanned at the time of filming. POI 8180 converses with the camera candidly while he explains his desire to hide from friends and crew via an extra-dimensional space inside his couch. And there's a footnote that says, this is the first observation of anomalous reality warping effects stemming from SCP-8180. Methods shown in video were unable to be replicated. Video was replaced with appropriate cover using a look-alike actor who began exhibiting SCP-8180 symptoms less than a week after upload. Oh, interesting. Footage intercuts between his own handheld camera and those of distressed parties attempting to locate him until he is eventually discovered 45 days later. Wow. This is very obviously we're starting to go off in a whole nother world. I'm sorry, frogs. Okay, next video, 0832. The title is a hell of a title. I give $10,000 to everyone I know to leave me alone for one goddamn day. Summary, as the title suggests, POI 8180 pays $10,000 to each of his distressed friends, family, and crew members, offering paper currency to anyone that comes into contact with him in exchange for immediately leaving his presence. Despite having made several withdrawals in order to facilitate this, an audit of POI 8180's financial records later reveals that no evidence of these transactions exist. And the very next video, 0833, I spent 7 days buried alive. Summary, POI 8180 is filming himself alone in his backyard where he takes the next several hours to dig a hole large enough to fit a coffin. Piloting a small rental crane, POI 8180 directs the coffin above the space, lowering it down wordlessly. He is seen towing the conveyor belt from video number 0785 into frame, where he begins piling the the displaced soil created from his previous efforts. After another hour, subject appears satisfied. He then activates the belt and walks quickly over to the hole, lowering himself down into the space and out of view. A moment later, he is seen popping back up and quickly climbing out, signing off in front of the camera before scrambling back down and disappearing once more. A short while later, soil is loosely deposited into his gravesite by the conveyor belt. POI 8180 is not seen until the end of the video. The interim is spent as a time-lapse of the next week, capturing the discovery of his camera and status by his colleagues, who react with appropriate alarm, calling emergency services shortly thereafter. POI 8180 is recovered without issue, who plays off his actions as an extreme stunt and a quote-unquote survival challenge similar to those described previously. Oh, sorry, just seeing that, Gam. I just mean, if you think you know, this is still fictionalized, is what I mean to be saying. Like, it's kind of poking at. This is not literal, is what I mean. I can tell. I mean, for a few reasons, but yeah. Alright, next video, 0834, I spent a month buried alive. Summary, this video possesses similar themes compared to the previous, but is produced in a way that suggests crew members and friends are aware of and are helping facilitate POI 8180's burial. Subject agrees to take camcorder with him and wear a chest-mounted body camera. Video contains a truncated series of clips and interviews with friends and crew members, as POI 8180 is non-communicative for majority of this period, only talking in short bursts to the camera while spending most of his time asleep or exhibiting symptoms similar to catatonia. At the end of a 30-day period, he is exhumed once more without complication. While noticeably thinner and pale in complexion, neither the subject nor his constituents acknowledge POI 8180's absent need for oxygen, water, or food. Observations from eyewitness testimony suggest POI 8180's visage improved in the days following the posting of a produced final product. So he got better after a few days, but Next video, 0835, I spent 3 months buried alive. Summary, largely similar to the other videos of this kind, though POI 8180 is far more resistant to his own disentombment than previously observed. So he's really wanting to stay under. He does not want to get exhumed. He doesn't want to get pulled out. Final video description. Yikes. Video number 0836, in brackets it says ongoing. Video title is For Every Day I Spend Buried Alive, $1,000 is donated to charity, live 24/7. Summary, POI 8180 decides to hold a philanthropic solo challenge in which he will donate $1,000 to charity for each day he is able to spend buried without impediment. Friends of POI 8180 exhibit atypical behaviors as well, filming a funeral service in his honor post-interment as content for their own channels, and remaining dressed in funerary attire for the entirety of the time spent on camera. Subject is unclear about which charitable organization would be receiving these donations. However, recovered correspondences between POI 8180's legal team and a representative of the MANA Charitable Foundation have raised suspicions regarding their potential involvement. So whoever they are, which gives me a feeling that they're a link. That particular foundation is a SCP of itself, I guess. That's the last one, and I guess it's still going. Then, with the addition of mild amnestic sigils embedded within the broadcast, POI 8180's monitoring and containment efforts are entirely self-maintained at this point. Daily ad revenue and paid quote-unquote super chats accrued from viewers of the live feed have increased steadily since the stream's inception. Thus, POI 8180 has been allowed to remain in this state until this is no longer the case. So he's allowed to stay there as long as there's more money coming in, is what they're trying to say. Okay. Oh. But that's the end. Alright. Wild. We did do that before the ad break. We have plenty of time left over, even. That one is certainly something. Alright. Sillies. As I yawn. Big yawn. Alright. We have one redeem currently. We have dice requested. Does anybody else want to give a redeem? You do not have to at all. I'm just giving you time while I hide. Okay. Well, nobody's told me to, but I'm also gonna stretch. Wild, I know. Oh, that was definitely a good pop. Ooh, cards and dice. Tabletop sounds. Alright, then let's get to it. Gonna move the mic in, and then we're gonna start with cards, and then dice. I think I cut myself off there. Oh, okay. Sorry, a bone, come on. rolling your dice and oh, I'm sorry, Bubble. You're gonna get more time, so I'm sure you will get more. You will get more ribbits. I believe in you. Gotta move the mic back. Did you mean to get mouth pops? I wonder. Since we just got mouth pops already redeemed, I'm not gonna do 2 in one go. If you'd like me to do them after the next story, I will do that. Or I can refund you and you can do a different one. Alright. I don't do the doubles, so maybe that's why. I have my quirk like that. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Okay. Oh, you're so far away. I have to roll to get the mug. Oh. I see we've tripled down. We want mouth pops, god damn it. Funny enough, that one Gam. I don't know if you were here for it, but that's how that's how a very funny time started with the rage puffing. Just because I mentioned it does not mean you have to do it right now. Oh my god, no. But basically I said, no, I'm not going to do more than X number of rage puff. And if you do multiple rage puff, like, just no. But our rule was basically like only one person, like they can redeem it only once. You can only redeem that once a stream. And then I said, but I guess you guys could make doubles if you guys do a bunch. If you all organize together, then maybe I'll do a bunch in a row. And so I did. But then, swiftly after, Rage Puffs got an extra harsh cooldown. So, I don't know. I guess we could do a bunch of mouth pops. But maybe there's gonna be a harsh cooldown next time you go to redeem it. That's the threat. That's the threat. But either way, I'm gonna do not mouth. I'm gonna do mug tappies now, real quick. So hold on. Here we go. some mug toppies. Right. I see you're threatening me for the mouse pops. How dare you? But that's nice. The slide in is what's getting me. Yeah, it's nice. Okay. I guess I'll do a heckin' bunch of mouth pops. In the meantime, I'm gonna ramble if needed. via fingers. I will do the typing if I need to. Ramble about how dare I be put into the triplicate. It's okay. It's okay. It was a coordinated effort to a degree. It was the both of yous. Alright. Why is you not seeing me? Okay, there we go. There was your triplicate of mouth pops, you little shits. I have to run an ad now. I'm sorry, it's an ad time, but okay. I'm gonna run an ad. Here we go. There was your warning. Ad. Get it? Cause a little bit of Cause nobody wants ads. I know. Alright. I hydrate. You will. It's still. What am I doing? Only 15 seconds. God damn. God damn. Not Hi, Prime. Oh, Fable, you don't need to talk down yourself. Unless you are happy with that. I don't know. My freaking frogs and throat. What was oh, right. Well then, alright. I need a place for those uselessly short apartment ads. Yeah, makes it easy and good. What is this? Nightly wearing forg? Oh my gosh. Look at this. Look at this. Identity theft is not a joke, Nightly. But oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It really is cozy Nightly with a nice little happy little frog. It really, it just, it's so sweet. That's so, we need to yell at her that was adorable. How did we not see this before? We rated to her Sunday, didn't we? Oh. Or am I mixing up? But oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That's unfair. Okay. I go to there. I do this. We are going into the next SCP is what we is doing. Yes, Dancy for that. You've had this all along, Fat? Fat? Seriously though, when did this little beauty come about? How long? How long have you had? It is no more. Okay. I was gonna be like, and you didn't show me! And you didn't show me! No, you did good. It's cute. Oh my god. Anyway, names. I'm gonna go eat. But if you're still alive, I'll be back. Okie doke. We are wrapping up at maybe 1 or 2 a.m. EST. We'll see how the stories go. I reminded myself there of the Kronk song where he just goes, but then it's very, very audibly, just like on loop. Yes! Just a little frog in a puddle. That's so cute. Okay. What was I doing? Oh my god, I never know. I never know. Okay. The next story. Yes, it's a crime, but it's still a puddle. It's a puddle of tears, but it's a puddle. That's the one. Okay, we're doing 8946 next, I think. Unless we do this one. What's the difference? Oh, you're extra short. Oh no, wait, you had extension too. This is good. This is good. 8946. If I focus. If I can focus in. What's it? What would that be, Pat? Psst. Well, Psst. You got me? What? I'm confused and distracted again. How did that not go through? Oh. Okay. I have the next story ready. Are we ready? Wait, no, I'm not actually ready. 8, 9, 4, 6. There. Hydrate. I just did that, but it's a good idea. Yes, I sip you. And that can go over there. Okay, thank you. All right. 8946. We are immediately met with a welcome, Director Yank, which, if we remember, was in the last one. Site 43, I'm pretty sure. Who we could not find. Who was like, for whatever reason, that person is not there. That's not Site 4. He was involved in a story that's there, but he was never showing up, or Dems was never showing up. I think they had used that pronoun, but I don't know. And Yank was the boss of that shithead that kept being like, kill her, kill her. And we'd be like, what the hell? No, get the heck away from me. Get, shh, go on, get. But yeah. Oh no. Okay, nope, we're not worrying about it. Brain, focusing. Alright, eat well, Gam. Laughs. Okay, sleep well. We will see you another time. This reminds me that I am not streaming the rest of this week. That's typical. Tuesdays are usually my last day. But the next time I stream, it is not only the D&D stream. It is also my 200th stream now, since I missed yesterday. Can you believe it? 200. 200. Oh my god. Okay. I'm excited. Alright. But I was saying, yes, Yank, the person that had been unable to be found. And if they had just been found, then maybe all that bullshit would not have happened. Huh. Nonsense. So, where the hell we been? I guess that's us right now, but where the hell have we been? Alright. Yes, okay, so the story opens up with this one. Before the file, title and all that, it says, welcome, Directors Yank. You are currently viewing Iteration A of this documentation. And Cheese, the answer is always go to bed if you are able to go to bed. And then watch at a later time. Because I'll be uploading this. I have stuff to work on tonight. So, as long as my brain holds on to enough brain form and not fully bred, I will upload this tonight. You should school then, Cheese. You should school then, Cheese. Schools is good. Maybe, I don't, anyway. Eep. It will be up tomorrow, so you can watch it at your leisure. You can take note. Okay, I went to bed at 2, 13, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. Anyway, you can keep note. It's good. Is that an egg? What does that egg have hair? What the hell is going on? Raven EXE has stopped computing. Quite the contrary. Raven EXE is computing a little too consistently at a... Why are we going down that route? Smack back into place. Pick up. Plonk right back. Because I got stuck on counting the timer as it goes. And then egg. And then also I saw... how did I not see before? Things for future. Oh, I have to reorganize plans. But it's going to be fine. And that kind of things. I'm computing too much. Really too much. We're supposed to be focusing on this, which actually, crazily enough, is computers. The bread can't control this many electrical signals. It'll become toast. Oh no! Not toast. Toast left a while ago, I think. Toast, help! I'm turning into you. No, my brain is. That's bad. But then we can be a grilled cheese, Cheeseland. That is grilled cheese. Yay! We're not an uncooked cheese. Okay, I need to focus. God damn it. Where's Yank? The no good mother fluffer that was not around when we tried to do things before. Yes. Yes. Yes, Kitty on fire. Blue-eyed Kitty. Unless are you not Kitty? Mother forker? Yes, I said fluffer this time, but usually I do say forker. Good night. Okay, eat well. We'll see you tomorrow. And you can look for time 2:15, 38, 39, 40. Okay. Where's Yank? Where's Yank? They're welcoming us. Directors Yank. And we are looking at only iteration A of this documentation. But there will be further documentation versions, I imagine. They wouldn't have said A if there was not an eventual B. I mean, right? Okay. SCP-8946, there's 5 red bars which says Level 5, tippy top secret. They just say top secret, but I'd say tippy top secret. And the containment class says concluded, which that is suspicious as hell. But then we have a photo, and underneath it, it says Geological Site 898, circa 1995. And boy, are we sure it's 95? Anyway, we have filing cabinets, metal chairs with the little cushions, some wooden chairs, lots of wirings, big old honking computers, you know, the big old monster size. I don't even know what to compare to you. It's just the thick computer size, you know them. And they even got one of them older, so big it's like a couple of fridges stacked together, sets of computer. It's that kind of big computing from the old times where it's big computer. And yeah, there's some the tubing on a desk way in the back, so there's maybe some building going on and such. And it says geological research, so maybe they're looking at cores of some sort way back there. I don't know. Up at the top of the photo, in little bits, kind of like in the border of the photo itself, there's a little scribble though, and I don't know if they would care about it, but it says to me, HAERNO.CA-173, either a dosh or a dat, I don't know, dosh or a dat, it's a dat, a dosh, a dash dot, anyway, 14. So this is something file stuffs. Underneath this, we get to the actual info. A dosh or a dat. Okay. Special containment procedures. Full procedures pending per the current RCT-Delta T investigation. RCT, all caps. The dash is the little triangle and a lowercase t. Investigation. Presently, staff of Site 898 are not permitted to leave the area constituting SCP-8946. Oh, the whole area is an SCP. It's in the rocks. Okay. Staff of Site 46 are similarly to remain on site for the foreseeable future. Well, what do they have to do with this? Okay. The departments of geology are currently working with RCT Delta T to synchronize their now cross-dimensional databases and rectify the record-keeping effects of SCP-8946. Description. SCP-8946 is the designation of a currently unknown spatial and temporal event that has resulted in the appearance of Geological Research Site 898 and the staff constituting it. These staff members claim to be the Department of Geology, a foundation department founded in the late 1950s, currently led by Director Helen Gibbs. This information was found to be contradictory with files from Research and Containment Site 46, which houses the Department of Geology and claims to have been founded by Director Juliet Gray in 2026. Ooh. Well, it sounds a lot like they started one, that team stopped happening, and then the next one that came along was a lot later, so sounds like they're perfectly capable of both existing. In the following hours after SCP-8946's occurrence, several discrepancies within the Foundation database were found. Primarily the existence of all individuals from SCP-8946 within the Foundation database as always having been members of the Department of Geology, with a footnote that says, in spite of dates not correlating, and the appearance and records of contained anomalies whose existence prior to the event is contested by the differing departments. Immediately after the database errors were noted, RCT Delta T issued a lockdown on both sites 898 and 46 and exerted executive control over the studying and processing of SCP-8946. Director Juliet Gray, as well as a few other members of Site 46 staff, were by proxy cordoned to Site 898 due to having made the initial discovery and contact. Currently, the only conclusive information had is that SCP-8946 has resulted in 2 departments of geology both with separate histories and personnel that have no record nor memory of the other. Dun dun dun. Then there's a photo of the 1950s director Helen Gibbs. So this is interesting because it looks like a pretty modern photo, but Helen apparently founded this in the 50s, and then we saw a photo of the 90s, 95 geology department versus Juliet Gray's department being established so much later in 2026. It gives the appearance that things are wild, and they said that things are currently led by director Helen Gibbs. Oh no, okay, so Helen Gibbs is the one that's the older sect of geology department. Juliet Gray is the new one, but Helen is not supposed to have been from the 50s. I misread. That's on me. Okay. Photo of director Helen Gibbs, discovered in the Foundation employee database, and the photo is, there's a bigger lady. She's got hiking boots, some red, looking like some funky little socks on, black pants that are a little rolled up to see those socks, green, big pockets, coat with, I can see like a bottle of something in one of the pockets, looking kind of like a water bottle, purplish shirt, and she's, I think, got brown hair tucked in a ponytail behind her. Maybe that's a bag that's behind her as well. Looks something blue right directly next to and behind her. And she's got one of them sun hats that's white. It's got some kind of logo at the top, but it's got the strap that you adjust to hold tight to your chin. She looks like a geologist. My God. She looks like a geologist is what I'm saying. She happens to also be sitting on a big old hunk of rock with a big old wall of various rock behind her. And by that I mean it's like, they look like stacked. You can see the lines in the earth. It's very old rock, evidently. You can look at how old and all the funkiness. I would guess we're somewhere near water as well, based on how there's like, it looks like there's a variation and stuff. Wouldn't be surprising if she was on a beach. A rocky beach. Okay, there you go. Discovery. The arrival of SCP-8946 was recorded when a collection of Site 46 geology staff were investigating the Red Brook Mine, Pennsylvania, for possible anomalous activity after reports of disturbances. Due to a series of unknown errors, the data pertaining to the date and time at which this occurred was corrupted. So we don't know when this apparently happens, and this is only iteration A. Because there seems to be two different geology teams, I wouldn't be surprised if right after this we get a version of events that's from the other site's point of view, where they're like, we were the one that discovered them, you know? So, supposedly 46 discovers 898. The following log contains what is believed to be a recording of the initial SCP-8946 event. The relevant footage begins roughly 2 hours into the recording. And then we have the three geologists, Dr. August Fenn, junior researcher B. Gilly, and director Juliet Gray stand within a low-ceiling portion of the mine. They are examining the cave wall, streaked by flowstone, and quite noticeably, a large crack-like formation that runs along the wall and onto the ceiling. There's a big old crack in the rock. Maybe a little rock portal. Are you kidding? Of course. Oh my gosh. Dr. Fenn tilts back his head to stare at it. So I get August maybe has neopronoun XYR. Unless that has been some corrupted data. Dr. Fenn, is this the same fault from the other side of the borehole? Researcher Gilly, could be. Director Gray has her gaze down-turned to the map she is sketching. It includes several scrawled-on notes about various rock layers and observations the group has made thus far. Director Gray, if it's the same, we're looking for some Pocono siltstone meets Catskill. Footnote says regional geological formations. Researcher Gilly. Seems the footwall of the unit is red. Wasn't Catskill red mudstones and sandstones? Researcher Gilly approaches the wall. She runs a hand along it. Dr. Fenn, sorry. Yep, so it's likely the same fault. There is a slight tremor. The three tense and exchanged confused glances. Dr. Fenn, never a good sign. Director Gray, typically that's an exit sign. Researcher Gilly, I thought this place was marked as safe by the reclamation folks. Gray, doesn't mean shit if Mother Earth says otherwise. We should move. Not worth taking chance. And interrupted by the tremor reoccurs with increased intensity. Oh no, earthquake! It causes Researcher Gilly to stumble, and she braces herself against the mine wall. Shortly after, she yelps. Gilly, the hell? It's heated up. Gray, what? Gilly, the wall, it's warm. It wasn't warm a few moments ago. Volcano? We got earthquake in under the ground, and now it's hot. Magma, run! Okay, audio and visuals from Director Gray's body cam suddenly distort heavily, and a loud screeching sound is heard. Amongst the interference, the three individuals can be heard clamoring. They are attempting to exit the tunnel and move towards the mine's exit. The tremors continue to worsen. The wall the team had previously been examining, and the wall along the entire stretch of which they are running, has turned red hot and started to bubble. All voices from the team have since been drowned out by a grinding, scraping sound. So there's grinding and there's bubbling. We've got both the plates hitting each other and the plates being pushed apart by magma? What is going on? There's a growing light from an unknown source opposite the melting wall, and footage is lost when Director Gray loses her balance and collides with the floor, camera smashing on the stone below. End of log. Ooh. After the conclusion of the event, Director Gray and the two members of her staff would be found by those of Site 898 within the Red Brook mine and taken into the site. Upon inspection, none of the three were harmed in the event recorded, despite its apparent violence, and the mine itself did not appear to reflect the damages within the video transcript. RCT Delta T agents would arrive shortly after, resulting in a full site lockdown. The Site 46 staff present would be separated from the Site 898 staff, and both directors were detained without explanation. Okay, my theory here, that wall was indeed a portal to an alternate reality. The reality where 898 is the geology department. So 46 came from other reality. And now they're stuck in 898's reality. And that's where things are trying to right themselves, and that's why info is getting muddled. Interesting. Okay. Audio log 8946. The following is a recording of a conversation between Director Juliet Gray and Director Helen Gibbs immediately after detention. Okay, so they are having a conversation before they get separated, but they will eventually be separated. But they are already all detained. Recording and supervising was done by Temporal Agent Serenus Davalos, codenamed as Agent Drill. Recording starts. The two are sitting in a blank holding cell, sitting next to one another in front of an empty table. Director Gibbs glances at the clock on the wall. The clock indicates that they've been sitting in silence for the past 5 minutes. Director Gray is staring at her feet, clenched hands resting in her lap. She is still dressed in field attire PPE. Personal protective equipment, haha. Director Gibbs turns and looks at her almost curiously. Gibbs. I don't think I caught your name before the TAD folks barged in. TAD, Temporal Anomalies Department. Yep, okay, so They think it's time because jumping around, but I mean, I think it's whole world. It's not exactly time. Whatever. Gray. Juliet Gray. Director Juliet Gray. Director Gray does not look up. Regardless of this, Director Gibbs nods. Helen Gibbs. Now I'm curious, and Gray interrupts. I don't know what's going on, so I don't think I can answer anything right now. Are we under arrest? Time arrest? Honey, Gibbs doesn't have the answer for that neither. We're all in the jail. Okay. Gibbs. Hard to say. I caught something about retrocausality, which probably makes sense since the time cops are on my doorstep as opposed to usual Foundation forces about this occurrence. Great. She puts her head in her hands. Great. That's great. There is a pause. Director Gibbs watches Director Gray for a few moments as she regains her composure. Gray. One of the people who found us under your site said this place was founded in the 50s? Is that true? Gibbs. Is that different than your recollection? Gray. Very. I founded the department in 2026. There is a pause of silence. Gibbs. Oh my. That is quite the extreme gap. I'm surprised it took so long. For your version, that is. What set it off? Director Gray heaves a sigh and casts her gaze to the side. She looks on edge. Gray. A deposit of obsidian in Australia that shouldn't be there. Ooh. We classified it as 7186, and it was a hellish mess to cover it up scientifically. Me and my team fought tooth and nail to do so, and we ended up with a department formed as a result. We built our site on it. Director Gibbs nods. Gibbs. Fascinating. We don't, perhaps we didn't, have an anomaly that matches that under our purview. Either we didn't find it, or, great, it didn't exist here. The mines under this site, are they anomalous? We were checking them for possible activity when the change hits. I think they mean changes hit? I don't know. Gibbs. Sorta. Used to be. Was why this place was built back in the late 60s. But the phenomenon started to peter out in the 70s, and now it's only once in a blue moon. And then there's a footnote that says, relevant file not found. Database synchronization still in progress. Okay, so why you give me the footnote then? Well, okay. Gibbs chuckles there. We primarily use it for tours now. Gray. Okay, rapid fire comparisons? The feeling you get when you look at a pretty rock. That's an anomaly? Gray. Theorized. 8186. Gibbs. The ring of fire is made of dragons. Gray. When the hell did you find that out? Gibbs. Back in the 80s, when St. Helens blew. If you don't know the ring of fire, that's basically an area where a bunch of volcanoes go off a bunch, and they're saying that it's not volcanoes, it's dragons. Ah! And I'm pretty sure Hawaii exists counting in that. It's like, I'm not certain. I may be mixing that up. But are you calling Hawaii a dragon? Okay, you figured it out when St. Helens blew. Great. Well, if we're getting crazy with mountains, Mount Everest is 45% corpses. Gibbs. Foolish climbers? Great. No, it's the limestone. Oh. So not only the foolish climbers that end up being corpses on the ice, also in the very rock itself. Holy shit. That's insane. Gibbs. Okay, maybe something simpler. Do you know 113? I don't know 113. Director Gray perks up, which prompts Director Gibbs to give her a look of surprise. Gray. The red jasper? Gibbs. Yeah, that's the one. So, there may be some geological anomalies we share, and some we don't. I wonder if the through line between them are separate involvements. Gray. But that's, I don't know, it seems impossible, almost arbitrary. Why us? Why are we the only thing that's been affected. Gibbs, it's at the least a theory worth investigating. I wonder how this will affect the databases. Gray, I think that's why the time cops are on the scene. She gestures to the room's cameras. Whatever this is has probably made a mess of things. I think the database will depend on just who's supposed to be here and who isn't. Gibbs tilts her head. Supposed to be here? Gray, as in, like, who is the original? Like, who's native to this world or timeline or whatever it's called, and who isn't? There's a pause of silence. Director Gibbs observes Director Gray as she suddenly jolts her gaze down to staring at the floor again. Sorry, I'm just... Gibbs. Stressed? It's understandable. In a situation like this, I'd be lying if I wasn't too honest. Honestly, I'm surprised you were out this far to begin with, since you said your site was based in Australia. Gray. We're stretched thin. I had time to lead the investigation. Needed to get out of the site before I went stir-crazy or something. Anyways. We're overworked, low on staff, still starting out, and now this? Gibbs. You're worried about being replaced. Gray. Of course I am. I founded this department last year, and now one that's been around for decades has just popped up. Why the hell wouldn't I be? There is a pause of silence between the two. She seems to realize her outburst and frowns. Director Gray drops down her head and sighs. Sorry, this is unbecoming of me. I want to know if this is my timeline or not. And I just don't know. Her eyes widen. Wait. Gibbs. Gray. Wait, maybe we're overcomplicating this whole thing. What year was it last you checked? For me, it was 2027. Gibbs. 2014, which makes a bit of sense. None of our dates line up, so it'd make sense that we'd have different ones. Gray. But what year is it actually? Gibbs. I don't think we'd have a way to check that from in here. We'd need... The door on the side of the room opens, and Temporal Agent Drill enters the room. They're squinting down at a clipboard with a pair of reading glasses on. Drill. Hey, the boss wants to speak to you too. The two directors turn to face them. Gibbs. Well, you have good timing. Drill. It's, a bit necessary in this line of work. They give a terse laugh, then sniffles audibly. Director Gray leans forward in her chair. What year is it? Agent Drill blinks, checks a device on their arm, then shrugs. 2017. Silence on recording. Director Gibbs tilts her head, and Director Gray grips her own arm tightly, staring at Agent Drill. End log. Well, then where are we supposed to be? Alarming. The discovered discontinuity between recalled dates and the apparent current date was relayed to Captain Regina Watts, footnote, Tactical Operations Command Team Lead, Head Supervisor of SCP-8946. These verbal accounts were consistent with that of the databases of both sides. While the present date is 15/12/2017, December 15, 2017, Site 898's database last contains data from 2014, and Site 46's database has data pertaining to 2027. In spite of all this, all relevant files and anomalies have been found to be present within the world, even if their discovery has not actually occurred, as depicted within their files. Ooh. It has been determined that SCP-8946 is likely some form of retrocausal anomaly and has caused this apparent discontinuity within the Department of Geology. Research into the cause and nature of SCP-8946, as well as its implications, is currently in progress. And that was all A. I should have added that since I read it. I thought they might be in the same thing, but now we're going to do 8946-B. Wah Because this was just a... Because at the bottom it says, according to internal records, an alternate version of this file exists within the timeline. To view iteration B, click here. Clonk. Here we go. Welcome, Directors Yank. You are currently viewing iteration B of this documentation. Wildly different photo. That do look like Australia, I think. Okay. We're looking at things from the other side. I thought I was gonna... Anyway, alright. Are you ready, kids? I'm gonna get water. Hold on. I'm gonna add the dash B now. I didn't do it before, but I shall now. It's not part of the number, but they're both 8946, so. Ooh, we'll get to those when we can. I still see a bat whenever I see that emoji. Okay. Welcome, Directors Yank. You are currently viewing iteration B of this documentation. SCP-8946, 5 red bars, Level 5, Top Secret, Containment Class Esoteric, Secondary Class Radix, Disruption Class Eki, Risk Class Warning. Then there's a photo. Looks kind of like Australian outback. There's deserty, kind of hilly areas with little brush, little tiny bits of plants scattered about. It's mostly way flat in the distance, except for this one little hill. Could be a size of a mountain, really, but it looks like a hill from here. It is gonna be a mountain, but it's not huge. And then it says the area surrounding Research and Containment Site 46, containing SCP-7186, which we referred to already when the directors were talking to each other there. Now we have special containment procedures. Full procedures pending per the current RCT Delta T investigation. Presently, staff of Site 46 are not permitted to leave the area constituting SCP-8946. Staff of Site 898 are similarly to remain on site for the foreseeable future. The departments of Geology are currently working with RCT Delta T to synchronize their now cross-dimensional databases and rectify the record-keeping effects of SCP-8946. Description: SCP-8946 is the designation for a spatial and temporal anomaly that resulted in the quasi-retroactive appearance of Geological Research Site 46 and the staff constituting it. These staff members claim to be of the Department of Geology, a Foundation department founded in 2026, currently led by Director Juliet Gray. This information was found to be contradictory with files from Geological Research Site 898, which houses the Department of Geology and claims to have been founded in the late 1950s and led, it doesn't say it, but currently, by Director Helen Gibbs. SCP-8946 was realized to have occurred when Director Juliet Gray and a few other Site 46 staff were found by Site 898 personnel within the mine underneath of the site in a state of heavy confusion. They claimed to be from Site 46 and had completely different recollections of the Department of Geology, its founding, and the geological anomalies under its purview. Despite personnel from both within SCP-8946 and Site 898 reporting loud, grinding sounds, no readings were detected. Presently, Director Helen Gibbs of Site 898 is working alongside Director Gray and RCT Delta T to determine the nature of the SCP-8946 event. Expedition Log 8946. Date 17/12/2017. So 2 days after that interview with the two directors and Agent Drill, we have this. Individuals present: Director Helen Gibbs, Director Juliet Gray, Agent Drill. The following expedition was conducted within the Red Brook mine underneath Site A98 in an attempt to return to the spot where the SCP-8946 event had originally occurred to investigate the area. Recording start. Director Gribbs, their couple name, Director Gibbs and Gray are dressed in geological PPE, including 2 hard hats marked with the Foundation's insignia. Agent Drill is dressed in a standard RCT Delta T tactical wear, just with a high-vis vest haphazardly thrown over top. As they enter, both directors turn on their headlamps. Director Gibbs tugs the 2 heavy doors behind them shut with an echoing clatter. Gibbs, do you remember where you were when it hit? Director Gray slides out a yellow notebook. It's labeled, Right in the Rain, All-Weather Geological. Good outdoor notebooks that don't get messed up as easily with the weather. She flips to a page that has been marked via a rubber band and scans it over. There's a map tucked in. She slips it out. Along the outskirts, eastern mine shaft, the one that runs north along the side of the whole place. Gibbs nods. Bit of a walk, but nothing too bad. Lead the way. Director Gray nods, returning the map to inside the notebook and closing it. Agent Drill scans around the tunnel and follows behind the 2 as they begin to walk. Director Gray traces her hand along the wall, brow furrowed. Director Gibbs breaks the silence after a few minutes of travel. Gibbs, do you think we'll find anything? Gray, hopefully. Weird shit happened when whatever shift occurred happened that put you guys into our world. Gibbs, or you fell to ours. And then I would imagine Drill should be saying, or both of you fell into mine, but anyway. Director Gray pointedly looks away, exhaling audibly. Agent Drill, actually, we're pretty sure that neither sites nor departments are native to here. Hee see, It's a tricky thing, though, when it comes to retrocausality. However, neither of your, temporal fingerprints match, you know? Gray, you realize that's not a comfort, right? Agent Drill raises their hands up a little bit. Sorry? And then is interrupted. Gray, what does that even mean for us? Are we far from home? Drill, well, the anomaly was retrocausal, so everything that happened in your home has happened here, even if it technically shouldn't have been able to. In spite of that, everything seems temporally stable so far. We're safe. Gray, but what does it mean for us? Fuck temporal stability. Are my friends different? Am I different? I don't want to... Director Gray cuts herself off and just hangs her head with another exhale, and Director Gibbs turns to face her. Gray, I should stop. Gibbs, no, keep going, dear. Gray, why? What's the point of hollering in a cave over things I probably can't even change? Gibbs, I'd take that over walking in silence through a mine shaft, and better letting it out than keeping it in. But out and in, I always say. Okay, there's a pause of silence. The group has stopped walking. After a few moments, Director Gray raises her head and stares at Director Gibbs. Gray, I'm worried I'm going to lose my job. Lose everything that I've built. To you. Gibbs, why is that? Gray, I think you can venture a guess. Gibbs, humor me. Gray sighs. Gray, you're far more experienced than me. You've been with the Foundation and running this department since the 80s. Why the hell would you need 2 people running the same department when there's an obvious difference in skill? I only, by my temporal bullshit, just founded this damn department last year. Gibbs, I highly doubt you'd be sacked or fired, Gray. This Foundation can be fucked up in all kinds of ways. Do not underestimate them. Okay, I doubt you'd be sacked or fired, Gray. You're smart. Wait, isn't sacked and fired the same thing? What would be the difference? Anyway, you're smart. Your people are hardworking. What's likely to happen is a merger. Great, but what happens to me in the merge? If not removed, I'm going to get demoted. She puts a hand against her forehead. I feel like I've lost everything I've worked for, or am going to lose it. Gibbs, I can work against that if they try. Maybe they'll let a co-leadership happen, especially since our sites are across the globe from one another. Gray, I guess. It still scares the shit out of me. I've been mulling it over all night, and none of this stress is going away. And I feel damn pathetic about it. Here I am airing my grievances some 300 meters below the ground because everything's been thrown topsy-turvy. No, we read that in the last story. Anyway, I'm a director. I should be better than this. Gibbs, it's scarcely pathetic, Gray. Director Gray purses her lips and stares down at her feet. Gibbs, quite frankly, I've had my fair share of frightening things too, you know? It's not pathetic to be scared, especially in a crazy world like this. Gray tilts her head, expression tired. Does this mean you're going to share one? Gibbs, if you want to listen. Director Gray stops walking. She turns on her heel and faces Director Gibbs. Gray, sure, fine, why not? Gibbs, it was one of the most harrowing things I'd dealt with to date. I watched my team dive into danger, had to stand by as things nearly collapsed on them, and then I dove down there myself after the fact to make a magic deal with a dragon the size of a mountain. She pulls up her sleeve and reveals glimmering patterns along her arm. They glow orange like they're molten and condense into a swirl pattern on the back of her hand. Director Gray's eyes widen with a mix of surprise and wonder. She reaches forward, her fingers brush against the back of Director Gibbs's hand. Director Gray, I keep saying that. Wow, that's phenomenal. This, not the other stuff. Gibbs, it truly was. Those creatures are a sight to behold. Director Gray's gaze remains on the glowing marks. It's beautiful. She then flushes and withdraws her hand. Director Gibbs rolls her sleeve back up and hums. Gibbs, my little dramatics aside, it was a testament to myself as a leader, to keep my calm in directing them, to be a peacekeeper between us and beasts kilometers below the surface. And it still, sometimes, scares the hell out of me. Gray, yeah, but that's big as hell volcano dragons. What do I have on that? Gibbs, you handled a situation that was just as important and just as daunting. I read the file in 7186. It was a different beast, if you mind the wordplay, but I'd almost take the drakes over having to deal with people in the way you did. Oh, so the dragons were specifically drakes, I guess. False documentation, cover stories, trying to grapple science out of the hands of the veiled world. It's amazing you got it done. Director Gray is silent for several moments, seemingly quite surprised. Thank you, Gibbs. Gibbs, you went and built your site from sweat and stone, got your knees dirty, if you pardon the pun. Gray gives a quite quiet chuckle. It makes Director Gibbs smile in response. But I mean it. You've done good work out there, Gray. If they try to remove you or make one of our departments obsolete in the wake of the other, I'll fight like hell against it, for both of us. We'd be far better as a team. Director Gray, she chuckles again. Usually people find me hell to work with. Gibbs, I've had my fair share of hell, Juliet. Wouldn't mind a bit more. Though Director Gray still looks stressed, her shoulders drop with an apparent relief. She gives Director Gibbs a small smile, and Director Gibbs pats her shoulder. Agent Drill promptly sneezes loudly. You ruined it. Prompting the other two to turn around. He was sniffling before. Director Gray looks a bit startled, as though she'd forgotten they were there. Director Gibbs chuckles. Gibbs, the dust starting to get to you, Agent? Drill, sniffling. That, or we're getting close to what we're looking for. Gibbs, Drill, oh, right, well, I'm allergic to changes in the time stream. On the one hand, then why the hell are you working for this? But on the other hand, that would make a quick and easy way to find where things is. Oh, he's sneezing again. It must be time. He's like, no, actually got cold. That's so silly. That's such a silly mechanic for this. That's so cute. Okay. And hey, maybe any one of us have that same allergy. How would you know? Do you know? Do you know if you're allergic to time shifts? I don't know. Oh my gosh. Is that on a typical allergist test? Okay. All right. Well, I'm allergic to changes in the time stream, to shifts and chronons and antichronons, that sort of deal. It's why they hired me, actually. So either, yes, it is the dust, or we're getting near some weirdness. That's why he was sniffling before. Gray, I have never heard of someone with a chronon allergy before. Drill, yeah. Gibbs turns her gaze down an offshoot tunnel and squints. Gibbs, Gray, is this the way you went down? She looks over. Looks like it. Why, Gibbs? There's light. There's a pause of silence between the trio before they hurry down the mine shaft. They enter the long corridor, one with old mine shaft tracks down its center. Running the length of the stone wall, there is a red-hot and glowing crack. Oh no, don't touch it. That's how things went bad before. It's slightly tilted, but enough that it's still visible down the whole part of the mine. Oddly, it has not damaged the wooden supports that hold up the mine's walls and ceiling. Its glow permeates the entire area in a low red light. Gray, well, that's the fault. It definitely didn't look like that before. Gibbs, looks like some of the layers are still superheated, as if this fault just occurred through some crazy high pressure. Gray suddenly pauses, staring at a part of the fault. Wait a second. Gibbs, what? Gray, these layers weren't like this before. This fault is now different. Gibbs tilts her head. Gray, this is Catskill mudstone, right here. She taps the red stone, staying clear of the molten segment. And the layer above is Pocono, and peeking up below is Tremere. When we were in here earlier, though, the fault offset the layers so that the footwall was shifted downward. The Catskill was up, and the Pocono was downwards against it. Oh, so they pushed one layer of rock up. Or down, whatever. Gibbs, but now the Catskill is sitting upwards, and we can actually see Tremere shale when we couldn't before. Gray, exactly. The faulting changed. Gibbs, instead of down, this area has moved up. Not how ground usually works. Director Gray pushes off the wall and begins to pace. The fault didn't extend this far before, though. Look, it loops around this whole exterior wall. Gibbs, we didn't detect any geological activity with the tremors. But would we ever, if the entire event is retrocausal to having always happened? The two turn to Agent Drill. They rub their nose with the back of their hand and squint. He's having allergy issues. I don't know how earthquakes interact temporally, but that could have caused it to slip under the radar, yes. Gibbs, so SCP-8946 has not only caused some sort of retrocausal event, but also changed the faulting of the local geology? Gray, we need to check the rest of the outskirts. Follow the fault. I have an idea. Director Gibbs nods, I think. She slips out a yellow field notebook from her hip and slides a map out from it. It's covered in scribbled notes and marks. She uncaps a red pen and starts marking the current fault. Gibbs, lead the way. Director Gray nods and begins to set off down the corridor, following the fault. Agent Drill and Director Gibbs follow quickly behind, with Director Gibbs mapping as they go. The three find that this new fault seems to circle a large portion of the mine, and by proxy, Site 898. Director Gray, faults don't typically work like this. Gibbs, but one wrapped up in temporal shenanigans might not have to obey by the typical rules. Agent Drill traces a hand along the fault. They sneeze. Drill, what if this fault isn't entirely geological? Gray, what else would it be? Temporal? Agent Drill half nods, half shrugs. Gibbs, can timelines undergo faulting? Drill, huh? Gibbs, we need to examine the strata around Site 46 to test this properly, but what if the odd event has occurred because of a cross-temporal fault? My site seems to have moved up geologically. We gained time, jumped from 2014 to 2017. Gray, and we lost time. Fell from 2027 to 2017. Gibbs, we rose, you fell. We now sit side by side when we shouldn't be. Gray, just like when layers that formed at a different time sit offset by a fault. There is a brief pause. Gibbs, if the universe has a sense of humor, it's certainly a thematic one. Drill, that could be possible? It'd be an unrecorded phenomenon, and we'd have to check Site 46 to see if this theory holds any water, but it sounds plausible. Director Gray, well, let's check my site. You think that time cops would give us enough leniency to shoot a few emails? Drill, likely. Director Gray turns to Director Gibbs. Gray, then it seems like our work's cut out for us. Gibbs, she smiles. Indeed it is. End log. And then underneath, as we wrap up, we have a little bit of loose text here. On 18/12/2017, so the next day, directors Gibbs and Gray presented their findings and theories in relation to the apparent timeline faulting that they believed to have been the cause for SCP-8946 and the retrocausal appearance of both departments. After communication with Site 46, Dr. Folorenzo Fatukasi would lead to an investigation. Oh my god. Dr. Folorenzo Fatukasi would lead an investigation into the strata surrounding the subterranean site. After approximately a day of searching, a molten fault similar to the one found within the Red Brook mine would be uncovered, with a similar unrecorded offset within the geological layers. So they did indeed have the same little offset. Site 46 geologically has faulted downwards the exact same distance that Site 898 has faulted upwards. And that doesn't make sense, because one fell 10 years and one gained 3. Should be different. Anyway. Due to this discovery, RCT Delta T has classified SCP-8946 as a newly rediscovered temporal event, accepting the theory of timeline faulting. Further investigating and study into other possible occurrences of this phenomenon throughout the time stream and its mechanics are ongoing, with a footnote that says, running theories include the proposal of the existence of time quakes, temporal eruptions, and time tectonics. As of 25/12/2017, December 25th, 2017, the synchronization of the two sites' databases has been officially completed, and both departments of geology have been integrated with one another. After intensive deliberation, oh please let them keep their jobs, it has been decided that both directors, Gibbs and Gray, will be allowed to maintain their positions as department heads, with both being granted dual leadership of the Department of Geology. Yay! And the end. All right. They got to keep their jobs. Huzzah. Well, with that, that is the end of that story. Boop, boop. And I guess we'll move along to brushes and other triggers. And water. Okay. I will adjust my seat real quick. I'm moving every little while, but yeah. Okay. Alright. I have brushes for the hunk. We will begin there. So, you know how it runs. I'm gonna remove the little cover real quick. Hold on. You're naked. There was our brushes for a while there. Do we have any other redeems? I only have one more story prepared at this moment, because I haven't checked for other shorter ones. And I think it'll be less than an hour. So maybe I should get a slightly longer one, but I'm very nervous. You can never know for sure how long it takes for a read. No, wait. It's a quiet little cozy night, and that's fine. I will jump into the next story, and maybe we will wrap up early. But I'll at least extend with a few 2-minute mysteries. There you go. That's the plan. I'm gonna put this cover back on. I forgot. Hold on. Yes, I muted to put it back on. It made a bit of a loud noise, so I'm glad I did. Alright. Let's go into the next story. I'm right in there with you, all you EP folks. Alright. The last one I have planned is 1788. SCP-1788. There you go. Here we go. I forgot about this. Okay, now. Item number SCP-1788. Object Class Keter. Special Containment Procedures. Containment of SCP-1788 is currently impossible. Embedded agents in various governments, including those of redacted, redacted, and redacted. What would that be? I'm trying to figure out what they're referring to. Yeah, I think I know, but I'm not certain. Okay. Are working to enact mandatory Roentgen? Roentgen. I don't know what that word is. Screenings under the guise of tuberculosis eradication as a means of pinpointing SCP-17881 instances. Does that mean you're also getting cleared for tuberculosis? Or is that just full lies? Can we make sure both is taken care of? Tuberculosis is a problem. Nope? Okay. Any suspected instances of SCP-1788-1 are to be reported immediately to Armed Biological Area 223 Command. Personnel are not to engage suspected instances and should retreat immediately. The Foundation currently has seven instances. I love it when they do that. It's so silly. It's like, I think that's one of their old rules that they don't do anymore. But I love it. It's silly, but I've come to love it. The Foundation currently has seven instances of SCP-17881 imprisoned in Armed Biological Area 223. Contact with these instances is strictly forbidden outside of approved experiments. Each instance is to be housed in a separate humanoid containment cell. So this instance is a person, or a person that is holding this. Feeding and cleaning requirements are laid out in document 1788-CF. No more SCP-17881 instances are required for current research purposes. Any newly discovered instances of SCP-17881 are preemptively cleared by O5 Command for immediate termination by Armed Mobile Task Force Tau 4. All things bright and dutiful is their nickname, in brackets and quotes. So we've been cleared to just kill people. Hey, Hey, we're gonna clear you for tuberculosis. Never mind. Pfft, dead. Rude. Okay. Description. I think it's gotten worse. Okay. Description. SCP-1788 is a process, treatment, or other means of biological transformation. A prepubescent human being subjected to SCP-1788 becomes an instance of SCP-17881. Currently, the creators or discoverers of SCP-1788 is unknown. Groups of interest are being investigated. Finding the origin of SCP-1788 is considered a SINDRI-level priority. On reaching adulthood, SCP-17881 instances display predatory behavior towards prepubescent humans. That's a problem. Typically, they will settle in a large urban center, find a form of white-collar employment. There's a footnote here that says, notably, they will usually not seek employment in a job where they would work directly with children. Presumably, this is to limit suspicion. Then begin tracking prepubescents in the area. I get the feeling that this one is going to go very icky and ungood and no fun feelings. I don't like this. Approximately once every six months, an SCP-17881 instance will attempt to abduct one of the prepubescents it has been tracking and take them to a remote or otherwise unobserved location, where it is subjected to the SCP-1788 process and turned into an instance of SCP-17881. Little information has been gathered from captured instances of SCP-17881. Instances are of above average intelligence. Footnote 2 here says more detailed observations are difficult to make, as instances refuse to take standardized exams, become aggressive and uncooperative when forced to answer questions, or are otherwise unwilling to or unable to comply with tests. And show extremely strong resistance to compulsion, coercion, torture, data expunged, and other forms of information extraction. Every instance to date has also shown signs of malignant narcissism and psychopathy. Okay. They generally have a complete lack of empathy while also showing keen psychological insight. For these reasons, among others, unauthorized contact with SCP-17881 instances is strictly forbidden. This is one of those where it's starting to actually kind of make sense for the Foundation to have such strict just get rid of them rules, because this sounds immediately dangerous kind of thing. Wow. Individual instances generally do not voluntarily gather or interact except for the purposes of mating. In fact, when two or more instances are placed in the same environment, they typically fight for dominance. This behavior is not gender-linked. Females and males will fight one another in addition to their own genders, and in a mixed gender group there will be only one dominant individual who may be male or female. Captured instances are housed separately to minimize damage. Multiple instances have been seen in the same general urban area, but never in a ratio greater than 1 to 100,000 normal humans, with a footnote here says, this behavior is similar to that of apex predators. Eugh. Mating season apparently occurs annually, but is not seasonally linked. Instances in some environments have been observed mating in the summer, while other instances have been observed mating in winter months. SCP-17881 instances will exclusively mate with one another. They have no apparent sexual attraction to normal humans. That makes me feel better with how they went after kids, but... Gestation period for SCP-17881 instances is approximately 40 weeks, roughly the same as humans. Their offspring are genetically indistinguishable from normal humans and are not considered anomalous. However, as they are prime candidates for undergoing the SCP-1788 process, their capture or termination is to be considered high priority, second only to the termination of SCP-17881 instances. And now we have a little button. It says SCP-17881 Anatomy. So now we get to know what the heck they transform into, I guess. SCP-17881 Anatomy. It is extremely difficult to distinguish an instance of SCP-17881 from a normal adult human, even on close inspection. Individuals show variation as expected from gender and ethnicity, but share certain characteristics in common. What are we saying about these? What are we saying? Okay, I'm suspicious. What kind of implications? Okay. SCP-17881 individuals appear to be obese within the range of 150 to 200 kilograms when fully grown. A footnote here. Note that their actual weight is often closer to 250 kilograms due to higher muscle and bone density. SCP-17881 instances have larger than average eyes, though not enough to appear abnormal on casual inspection. Their sweat contains high levels of potassium and copper, though still within the normal range for an adult human. Though externally normal, their internal anatomy has been extensively changed. SCP-17881 instances' long bones and cranium have been reinforced with several heavy metals, and their muscle fibers have been interwoven with structures resembling carbon nanotubes. This gives them durability, strength, and speed well above the human baseline. See document 17881-DX for measurements and estimates. Level 3 clearance is required. That doesn't seem to actually be attached. I don't know why. SCP-17881 instances possess backup organs and systems for most of their body's vital processes. For example, they have a secondary heart lower in the torso, which can work in tandem with the primary heart to more effectively circulate blood, or can function independently as necessary. Certain blood vessels have complex, quote-unquote, valve structures, allowing instances to close off blood flow to damaged limbs and other areas to prevent excessive blood clots. Other organ systems also have 2 or 3 redundant backups that can take over in the event of the failure of the primary organs. SCP-17881 instances also possess a secondary brain located in the upper torso and protected by its own skeletal structure, similar in construction to the rib cage. Currently, the exact function of this brain is unknown. It is known that this brain can continue to function even in the event of the destruction of the primary brain, as demonstrated by Incident 1788-XR12 with footnote 5, and it says, logs of this incident have not been fully cleared. In summary, a team of agents were able to lure an SCP-17881 instance into the range of a sniper, who was able to destroy most of the instance's head, including the entirety of the quote-unquote main brain, with several shots from a high-caliber rifle. However, the instance still displayed full mobility and partial lethality, disabling 2 agents, one fatally at close range. It is unknown how the instance was still able to sense the agents, with most of its primary sense organs destroyed. Research is ongoing. The final difference in gross anatomy is the appearance of a second pair of arms. I thought they didn't look different. Okay. Located directly below the main pair. These have apparently equal strength and dexterity to the upper pair. and SCP-17881 instances are apparently capable of using all 4 arms simultaneously. When not actively hunting, instances hold the lower pair folded closely to their sides, where they are largely concealed by natural bulk. When hidden in this manner, it is virtually impossible to distinguish a clothed instance of SCP-17881 from a normal obese human except on close inspection. And then there's level 4 clearance required. It says present credentials now. And so I'll click that and do that. Clearance accepted, access granted. And now we have interview logs. Interviewed SCP-1781863. To shorten this, I'll just say 863. Or we can come up with a name, but I think everybody's quiet. Maybe as lower down, I think we'll keep to the number. You'll see why. Interviewer, Site Director Mandeville. Note, 863 was restrained and fitted with an electroshock collar for this interview. Begin log. Director Mandeville, please state your name for the record. 863 laughs. I don't need a name. Names are for children. It's okay, we're not going to do a name. Mandeville, the driver's license and other materials on your person identify you as redacted. Is that your name? 863. That's my child name. I don't need it now. Mandeville, then I'll refer to you as 863. Hey, I nailed it. I didn't see that one. Okay. 863. Call me what you like. Just don't call me late for supper. 863 laughs. Mandeville, you were found by our agents outside an elementary school, and documents in your car and apartment include multiple photographs of children taken without their knowledge. Oh, wow. Are you a pedophile, 863? 863 suddenly becomes violent and attempts to break his restraints. 863. Expletive, you sick expletive. I'll expletive kill you. You're the pervert, you expletive. They've included other expletives in these, so I'm surprised that was all redacted. But Mandeville, if you're not a pedophile, 863, then why are you observing children? 863, it stops attempting to break restraints. You think they're children? 863 laughs. I can't believe we came from you. Mandeville, explain what you mean by that, 863. 863 does not speak. Director Mandeville activates the shock collar. 863 does not visibly react. 863 laughs. That's what I mean. You think you can hurt me with that? You're a failure, Doctor. You don't even know what you are. Would you care to elaborate, 863? Mandeville says. 863, you wonder why your scientists haven't found any anomalous implants in our bodies? Why we have no surgical scars? Why our genes are pure, unmodified human? Because we are human, Doctor. Mandeville, your x-rays don't look very human, 863. 863, we don't look like you. We're not failures. We're not children. Mandeville, you regard us as children? 863, you still look like children. You aren't finished. Mandeville, what do you... 863 interrupts. You're stunted, incomplete. You're like the amphibian that grows up to breathe water instead of air. The eggs I watched, they must hatch into us. They need to be finished. Mandeville, so you abduct them to complete their metamorphosis? 863. We don't need companionship. We don't live like you in herds. Each of us knows what we need to do, and each of us is capable of it. Mandeville, and what do you want us to do? 863, grow up or die. End log. End of story. Well, that's uncomfy and spooky. The old ones are spookier, I think. The newer ones, they get bigger and messier, but the old ones are like immediately spooky. That's nice. Alright, I'll have more water. And as I said I will pull out the 2-minute mysteries, I suppose. And if there's any redeems that we would like to do, we can. But I think it's pretty quiet now, isn't it? Everybody's all snuggled up. Where are you? Ah, there. Here is a book. And what is the first story that we have lined up for us tonight? Ooh, well, that's an alarming title. Alright, you sleepy peoples. I suppose I'll just get to read it. I've got the 2-minute mysteries little warning for it is old, it is odd, it does weird stuff. I'm not in charge of the writing here. And now we are reading The Case of the Poisoned Mice. Concerning. Alright. I'm in a low place right now, kind of drifting along. Need my brain distracted. I'm sorry you're in a low place right now, Cage. Big hugs right now. No worries about that. I'm never expecting you guys to have to chat. I'm just commenting on its existence. It's not a bad thing. Since we're all quiet, I'm just gonna keep trucking along. But I didn't want to be up starting a big long story and then stuck reading for a long time, because I don't let myself not finish the story unless it's a good big chunk to break from, but I don't like that very much. So yeah, we're gonna do the little ones. That's good. There's a reason we have this little book, okay? There's a reason. You keep being drifty all over. It's no worries. Take care of self. Okay. Alright, as usual, with my readings of the 2-minute mysteries, I will read through it once. I will look at the answer. I will read it to myself. I will maybe give you a hint. I will reread the story again, hopefully giving emphasis where it is necessary. And then after a break, if I think you guys have a real chance of getting it, maybe I'll hum or do some trigger in the meantime. After that, I will read the answer. But here we go. The Case of the Poisoned Mice. A bright glitter of reminiscence came to Dr. Helegian's eye when Octavia, his fair dinner companion, ordered a cheese and celery souffle. I am reminded of a mice poisoning case in England many years ago, he said. Mice, squeaked Octavia. Mice, squeak. Don't tell me you'll ruin my appetite. Helegian ignored the request, or the protest. And this is why you're single, Helegian. No. I had gone to visit the mousery of Freddie Montculver outside London. What the heck is a mousery? Began the sleuth. He did outside of London, began the sleuth. I added the what the hell is a mousery? Bread. Yes, his bread is my brain. But hello. When I can't focus or I'm a little more distractible, we say I'm a bread brain. I'm bread today, yeah. But we are reading silly little 2-minute mysteries right now. Okay. We're about to start the story, or the story within that story, anyway. I'd gone to visit the mousery of Freddie Montculver outside London, began the sleuth. It was a time when mouse shows were the craze. Oh, that kind of mousery. A prize mouse was not only colored black and white, but blue, red, chocolate, lilac, even champagne. Freddie wasn't in, but Reeves, his assistant, a genial fellow in a tight-fitting white lab coat, showed me around. A perfect mouse should have a tail the same length as the body, he explained, slipping a stud mouse a bit of cheese. A superbly, or uniquely colored specimen can be sold for as much as $750. The next day I telephoned Freddie as I was departing for the continent. I learned to my dismay, but hardly to my surprise, that many of his best mice had died mysteriously. Fire your assistant, I advised. How come? Well, I mean, the title might give it away. We're gonna have to read it. How come? Okay, I'll read it to myself. You might know this. Someone might know this. I did not know this. Oh my god. Oh my good goodness. Wow. Okay. There's not going to be emphasis to really learn from this. You just kind of got to know this or not. But I'll give a little bit. Oh my goodness. Okay, here we go. Second read. A bright glitter of reminiscence came to Dr. Helegian's eye when Octavia, his fair dinner companion, ordered a cheese and celery souffle. I am reminded of a mice poisoning case in England many years ago, he said. Mice? Squeaked Octavia. Don't tell me. You'll ruin my appetite. Helegian ignored the protest. I had gone to visit the mousery of Freddie Montculver outside London, began the sleuth. It was a time when mouse shows were the craze. A prize mouse was not only colored black and white, but blue, red, chocolate, lilac, and even champagne. Freddie wasn't in, but Reeves, his assistant, a genial fellow in a tight-fitting white lab coat, showed me around. A perfect mouse should have a tail the same length as the body, he explained, slipping a stud mouse a bit of cheese. A superbly or uniquely colored specimen can be sold for as much as $750. The next day I telephoned Freddie as I was departing for the continent. I learned to my dismay, but hardly to my surprise, that many of his best mice had died mysteriously. Fire your assistant, I advised. How come? And now I will give you a moment to ponder what it could possibly be, but really, truly, this is one of those where you probably just have to know this fun fact, or you don't know. I'm sorry, you just might not know, but you'll learn something fun, I guess. Maybe there's some. You. I appreciate you. Here is the fun fact to learn. Very important to know. And I think we should double check this. I might need to be going and telling Vi this immediately. Okay. Helegian knew that Reeves was feeding the mice cheese, which poisoned them. 1,000 mice and more can be fed oats, milk, bread, and raw eggs inexpensively and safely, but never cheese. Cheese overheats their blood. We're gonna have to immediately frickin' Google this And if it affects rats, this is dire importance. This is of dire importance. No, I will not be hearing from any AI about it. That doesn't say bad. I'm gonna try a different wording. It's not saying as such. Apparently what's... No, illegal. I don't want that. It's cheese toxic. No, they can't really have cheese. They appreciate it as a treat, but they can't really digest it properly because they're lactose intolerant is one version. A different one that came up was like they don't have molars that allow them to break down food, so there's a higher chance of choking. Can't really chat much right now. I'm busy doing something. Type. I think it is lies. This is very important information. My God. Okay, hold one moment. Maybe it's one of those things that we're used to think, but that science has changed since the book was made. That's very possible too. Maybe they were a bit lactose intolerant. Maybe it's not so bad. But what I was really concerned about, but does it poison rats? Cheese is not bad for rats, but should be given in moderation. Maybe that's the idea. I'm pretty sure rats are immortal. They better be. But hi, Pudgy. Hello. Yeah, I don't think that that's terribly accurate. I guess this detective is just generally a far worse detective than he seemed. Or than the writers wanted him to be. There's been quite a few cases where we're like, dude, no. Like, that will not stand up in court. That is very much not enough evidence. That is bullshit. That is you making an assumption. Illegal. So, I guess he just did another one of those. That's unfortunate. But you know what? We have another story. Let's see how bad this one's gonna be. Maybe you should double check if this one's accurate too. But this is the case of the power failure. Here we go. Turner opened the refrigerator in his mountain cabin and withdrew an ice tray. By the candlelight, Dr. Helegian could see his hands were trembling as he deposited 3 cubes into a highball glass. Helegian could hardly blame the young novelist for trembling. They had just come from the den where Turner's housekeeper, Lucy, lay dead of a broken neck. I'm surprised I made that noise. Anyway, she did. Broken neck. I thought she was a burglar, exclaimed Turner, downing his drink. He killed her. Oh my God. After the generator failed 4 days ago, he continued, I lost all electrical power up here. I'd rented the cabin to be alone in order to put a high polish on my latest novel. I like to work at night, but not without lights, so I moved to a motel downtown. 2 hours ago, a little after midnight, I came back here to get some notes. I'd put down my flashlight to unlock a desk drawer when Lucy jumped me from behind. I guess she thought I was a burglar. She's trained in judo, and in the dark I thought I was being attacked by a man. I hit her, and you saw what happened. She fell against the fireplace and broke her neck. I heard you were in town, and I fetched you immediately, concluded Turner. Why? Demanded Telegian. You knew your housekeeper was dead, and if you brought me up here for the purpose of testing your story, I suggest you improve it before the police question you. How come? I already know. I ain't even looked. Here we go. Okay. I had it immediately. You got to listen, and then you got it. This is totally one you guys can get. I have to emphasize appropriately. Okay, wait. Water. I slurped. Okay. Turner opened the refrigerator in his mountain cabin and withdrew an ice tray. By the candlelight, Dr. Helegian could see his hands were trembling as he deposited 3 cubes into a highball glass. Helegian could hardly blame the young novelist for trembling. They had just come from the den where Turner's housekeeper, Lucy, lay dead of a broken neck. I thought she was a burglar, exclaimed Turner, downing his drink. After the generator failed 4 days ago, he continued, I lost all electrical power up here. I'd rented the cabin to be alone in order to put a high polish on my latest novel. I like to work at night, but not without lights, so I moved to a motel down in town. 2 hours ago, a little after midnight, I came back here to get some notes. I'd put down my flashlight to unlock a desk drawer when Lucy jumped me from behind. I guess she thought I was a burglar. She's trained in judo, and in the dark I thought I was being attacked by a man. I hit her, and you saw what happened. She fell against the fireplace and broke her neck. I heard you in town, and I fetched you immediately, concluded Turner. Why? Demanded Helegian. You knew your housekeeper was dead, and if you brought me up here for the purpose of testing your story, I suggest you improve it before the police question you. How come? Pudgy's hit the nail on the head. It's a very quick and direct one. Turner claimed that he had been without electrical power for, quote-unquote, 4 days. And in the darkness, he mistook his housekeeper for a burglar. However, had he really been without power for 4 days, the ice cubes in the refrigerator would have turned to water. It's a very cute little baby with a gun. Cute. Cute mochi with her little mochi on the head. Cute. I mean, good. Put that away. None of this. Oh no, there's another one. Oh, she got unicorn horn. Oh, that's so cute. She looks like she's a sticker. The other one looks, well, like an emote over here. But yours, Pudgy, looks like a sticker. Oh, who's this? Is the eyes dilating quickly before the shot? Just me. And of course, the buff gremlin is a bit scary. But okay, we're gonna read the next one since that one went so quickly. The next one is called. Wait, hold on. That's not me mispronouncing. That's me intentionally not saying this. It's a puppy. Oh no! And now kissing the hummy. That's a very violent relationship. Where are you finding those? Is that a mouse? And then an Illuminati eye? I have an immediate thought of who that is. Illuminati mouse? I wonder if anybody else is thinking the same as me. Okay, but we're gonna do typey focus. Provoked Assault. The case of the provoked assault. It's Bitsy. I was thinking of Bitsy. Anyway, okay. Provoked assault. You put Everett Evans in the hospital with a broken jaw, but he isn't going to charge you with assault, said Dr. Helegian. Mind telling me what this is all about? Evans, answered John Wilmot, is a gambler and a scoundrel. I've forbidden my son Cliff to associate with him, though Cliff worships the blackguard. What the hell? Oh, 3 days ago, Cliff went to Calorid City to visit an aunt for the day, and yesterday I received an anonymous telephone call. The caller swore that Cliff had gone with Evans to his hunting lodge, which is 5 miles from Calorid City. An hour after the call, I had lunch with Evans and innocently asked him to have me up to the lodge for a weekend of hunting. He was reluctant, said the lodge hadn't been used for months, but he finally consented. Upon reaching the lodge, we immediately went out to hunt. We shot 2 rabbits, and while Evans prepared the game, I looked around. It's hard to tell whether a place has been occupied recently, especially if care is taken to cover up. Evans observed my guarded snooping with a supercilious air. Thank you, Pudgy. I was definitely going to go look. I thoroughly appreciate you. You could hear in my voice that I was, what the fuck is that word? The lodge was provisioned with food and drink. We ate the rabbits and some canned fruit. I was just taking a swallow of sweet cider from a half-filled jug. Evans drank Irish whiskey when he said, I know what you're really hunting for up here, John. That's when I hit him and broke his jaw, concluded Wilmot. I don't condone violence, said Helegian. Still, I can readily understand why Evans isn't taking you to court. Why not? Interesting. I'm a little curious what the implication is. This is unanswered. This is a relevant piece of it. I'm a little curious what the I know what you're really hunting for up here, John, is. So that's my own secondary mystery, if any of you have an answer. What did Evans accuse John of? It is irrelevant, and that is my hint to you, that it's not that. And now we're going to go forward, and it's once again kind of a fun fact to find. I have more belief that this one will be accurate. I don't think that this will be a misunderstood science, but someone can double check about that one too. Here we go. You put Everett Evans in the hospital with a broken jaw, but he isn't going to charge you with assault, said Dr. Helegian. Mind telling me what this is all about? Evans, answered John Wilmot, is a gambler and a scoundrel. I've forbidden my son Cliff to associate with him, though Cliff worships the blackguard. 3 days ago, Cliff went to Calorid City to visit an aunt for the day, and yesterday I received an anonymous telephone call. The caller swore that Cliff had gone with Evans to his hunting lodge, which is 5 miles from Calorid City. An hour after the call, I had lunch with Evans and innocently asked him to have me up to the lodge for a weekend of hunting. I figured it out. He was checking for... My brain was bred. I didn't pick... He's looking for his frickin' son, that's all. Okay. Which is 5 miles from Calvert City. And after the call, I had lunch with Evans and innocently asked him to have me up to the lodge for a weekend of hunting. He was reluctant, said the lodge hadn't been used for months, but he finally consented. Upon reaching the lodge, we immediately went out to hunt. We shot 2 rabbits, and while Evans prepared the game, I looked around. It's hard to tell whether a place has been occupied recently, especially if care is taken to cover up. Evans observed my guarded snooping with a supercilious air. The lodge was well provisioned with food and drink. We ate the rabbits and some canned fruit. I was just taking a swallow of sweet cider from a half-filled jug. Evans drank Irish whiskey when he said, I know what you're really hunting for up here, John. That's when I hit him and broke his jaw, concluded Wilmot. I don't condone violence, said Helegian. Still, I can readily understand why Evans isn't taking you to court. Why not? My brain. I was gonna hum, and then I forgot to hum. No, not where I wanted to start. Hey, thank you for the follow, the one and only 2013. We have to do a little dance party. Welcome in. This is just our little tradition here. Daisy, welcome in. The cider. Yeah. Oh, that's fair. That's very good. You got an extra piece there then, Pudgy, but here is the answer. Evans lied when he said the lodge hasn't been used for months, since John Wilmot drank sweet cider from a half-filled jug. Had the cider been standing in the jug for months, it would have fermented and tasted sour. But also, yeah, why was it there at all? Very good points of both to Pudgy. Good job. Good job. My kind of thing is, like, how does that I lied to you prevent me from suing you for assaulting me, you know? You had a feeling it was about it being sweet. It was. It was both. I'll give you the points. I just don't see how that prevents him from that. What did he do to the dude's kid? Oh. My innocent little self. I thought that it was old-timey and they didn't want to say that they was gay. But he probably killed him. Oops. Yeah, no, you're right. What did he do to the dude's kid? Where the hell is Cliff? I thought Cliff chose to be somewhere else. I mean, he lied to say that he was going to his aunt's before he went up to the thing, and then somebody else said, hey, he's headed to the thing. So I thought that it was kind of oh, I'm lying to Dad. Don't tell Dad I'm doing the thing. But instead, it's probably murder. It was Moida. Dead? Okay. It's only those two options. It could be other things. It was just like, yeah. Is Cliff intentionally hiding? Or is he not around no more? Alright, we have one more story. It is the Purse Snatcher. It's the last of the P's. The alphabetized, whatever the freaking heck, book. This is the last of the P's. So I'll read that before we wrap up stream, probably. Here we go. It is the case of the Purse Snatcher. I'm just a little bewildered. Like, I thought that it was the gay thing because it was, I know what you're really hunting for up here. How does that warrant a punch? I know you're really looking. Punch. Why? Anyway. Whatever. We move on to the Purse Snatcher. Are you ready? Dr. Helegian was in Inspector Winter's office when Bumbles Brazoon, the nation's Aw. When it was saying the nation's most, I thought it was going to be prolific bassoonists with Bumble's bassoon. I don't know. I thought the alliteration was strong, but instead it's most inexpert petty crook was brought in for questioning. The charge is purse snatching outside the new theater on Washington Avenue, snapped the inspector. It's a case of mistaken identity, wailed Bumbles. The complainant, Mrs. Ruth Fogarty, didn't give you her pocketbook, now did she? Chided the inspector. No, but the real crook did, said Bumbles. I'll tell you what happened, and it's the truth. I swear on my wife's honor. That poor woman. I was walking past the theater thinking about looking for a job. When the weather improves. So not applying yet, but later. Suddenly I hear a woman scream. This big kid with long hair comes hot-footing past me carrying a pocketbook. He ducks into the alley behind the theater. I give chase like a good citizen. He gets to the theater's fire exit door when he spots me. He knows I've got him, so he chucks me the pocketbook, pushes open the door, and slips inside. I'm holding the pocketbook when this rhino of a dame comes charging up the alley with a cop. Okay, that's mean, concludes Bumbles. I'm innocent. After Bumbles had been ushered out, the inspector said to Helegian, Mrs. Fogarty isn't certain who snatched her pocketbook. Bumbles' story is weak, but it might be true. His story is impossible, said Helegian. Why? Well, I do know this answer. It's one you might not be immediately aware of. Well, your brain... I'm supposed to read this story twice, Pudgy. Come on. I guess we'll wrap up stream even earlier. You were gonna have another 3 minutes, but now Pudgy answered sooner. You missed Pudgy, ruined it. We could have had a little tiny bit more time. It's okay, Pudgy. It's okay. I'll still read it. For you, fat boy, we'll start over. Let's see. Dr. Helegian was in Inspector Winter's office when Bumbles Bassoon, the nation's most inexpert petty crook, was brought in for questioning. Murder, Tater. Yeah, how do you know all this murder information, Tater? No. The charge is purse snatching outside the new theater on Washington Avenue, snapped the inspector. How dare you, Lahonk? That's a people. No, wait, that's very Lahonk of you. Okay, the purse snatching outside of the theater. It's a case of mistaken identity, wailed Bumbles. The complainant, Mrs. Ruth Fogarty, didn't give you her pocketbook, now did she? Hey, thank you for the follow. Now, please tell me how to pronounce your name after, but I have to say your name every time I do the follows. Kwartusik? Welcome in, thank you. I'm sorry I botched your name. Here's your dances. I say people's name when they follow. I always do that. Kurtukik. Kurt or Q. Kurtukik. Welcome in, Kurtukik. Okay. Thank you for your follow. She didn't give you her pocketbook, now did she? Chided the inspector. No, you're fine, Fab. It was because I was gonna restart it, but then Pudgy gave the answer, and I was chiding Pudgy in that moment, and then you're here, and I'm like, that's a good excuse. It's for you. Okay. She didn't give you the pocketbook, now did she? No, but the real crook did, said Bumbles. I tell you what happened, and it's the truth. I swear on my wife's honor, that poor woman. Ah! Is this an apology, Pudgy? So you never have to give money for apologies, but are required. We has to do the money frog. Thank you for the bits. Thanks, Pudgy. Okay, can I focus for fork's sake? I swear on my wife's honor. That poor woman is what I said last time, and now I'm like, you really must not think much of your wife then, huh? Huh. Well, Pudgy didn't give you the money. Gave money to me. Okay, I focus. Bumbles. Stop trying to eat your friends. Bonk. I was walking past the theater. Oh, good night, the one and only. Eat well. Take care. Or whatever time zone, happy time zone. We'll probably be wrapping up very shortly. If I can just get through this freaking story. Okay. I was walking past the theater, thinking about looking for a job when the winter improves. I was thinking about looking for a job. Suddenly, I hear a woman scream. This big kid with long hair comes hot-footing past me, carrying a pocketbook. He ducks into the alley behind the theater. I give chase like a good citizen. He gets to the theater's fire exit door when he stops me. He knows I've got him, so he chucks me the pocketbook, pushes open the door, and slips inside. I'm holding the pocketbook when this rhino of a dame comes charging up the alley with a cop, concluded Bumbles. I'm innocent. After Bumbles had been ushered out, the inspector said to Helegian, Mrs. Fogarty isn't certain who snatched her pocketbook. Bumbles' story is weak, but it might be true. His story's impossible, said Helegian. Why? And as Pudgy stated, the quote-unquote kid would have had to enter the theater by pulling open the fire exit door, not by pushing it, as Bumbles claimed. The fire exit doors open out into the street. Or theater fire exit doors open out into the street. Generally, fire exit doors do that. Generally. So yeah, you nailed it, Pudgy. It feels like you... Did you find this book to find the answers tonight? But there you go. Ooh, that was the chair, not my back. I wish it was my back that went clonk like that. Oh my god. I am stretching now. Okay. With that, we're gonna find somebody to raid over to. I'm gonna wrap up. I spend a lot of time around fire exits. Should we be concerned? Are you a firefighting little potato? Oh no, it's the firefighter potatoes. They just roll in. Some of my best friends are fire exits. That's it. And another Joel. What's unsettling is that in OBS they're spinning at different timings, but in Twitch they're spinning together, synced. And that makes me sad. In one universe the Joels are connected, and in another they're not. Wow. Your next best friend is a fire. No! I don't care that I was out. Stop it. Okay. Cage, you're here. Good night, thanks for the stream. Oh, thank you. And thanks for the little puppy boob. That's a cutie. Where should we be going? And let's do that now. Oh, hold on. Yeah. Now, where should we go? I'll hit you with the raid messages so we can copy. Boops. Make sure we copy these. No! You made a move. Everybody stop jumping around. Okay, I have copied. Ooh. Oh no, what has happened? Uh-oh. I don't think my computer is well. For whatever reason, at the top, it's twitching around on the edit button, and I have the spinning beach ball of death. Sometimes I'm mildly concerned. What is happening? Someone else put the other. Someone else put the other raid message option. She did raid us. That would be a nice move. I think we should. Yeah. Oh, but she's probably gonna wrap up at some point soon. I'm gonna do it. Okay, let's go. Okay. No one tell her about the poison cheese thing, because it was inaccurate. It's inaccurate. Oh, she's getting extensions. That's why. There you go. Okay. Ah, damn it! Black Dragon Tavern Gaming, we're about to raid. That's on me. I didn't put up the no raid me button. Dang it. Hi. Raid train. We're gonna raid train, okay? I want to give you your shout outs first before we run, though. So, Cage, can you give the shout outs? I still am sometimes dealing with the Rainbow Wheel of Death. Oh, thank you. We're gonna raid over to friend, though, just so you know. We are doing that. If my the Rainbow Wheel of Death is a concern right now. Okay, let's make sure that works. But yeah, okay. Someone else is just gonna have to start the messages because I can't copy OBS. OBS is doing the no. OBS is doing the glitchy moment right now. So I'm just gonna follow someone else. Okay, we're gonna start raiding. We're gonna go see Vi, my good buddy. I'm sure we will tell her to do the shout out for you, okay? And it'll be good. I'm sorry. This is a mess. Oh my gosh. Okay, we are raiding. We are raiding very shortly. Everybody, take care. Eat well. Whatever time zone, happy time zone. I hope to see you for our D&D stream. Sunday, 2 p.m. EST. It's also the time change day. But I'll double check about when that is. It's usually in the AMs and stuffs, right? So we should be fine. Anyway, okay. Let's go.